As Julieta Granada, craving her first triumph since way back in 2006. America's Michelle Wie, her awesome power combining with precision and confidence, making her a force to be reckoned with. And then, of course, there's the player who currently lays claim to being the best. World #1 Inbee Park of Korea knows better than anyone on tour what it takes to get it done under extreme pressure. So victory awaits in Thailand. For Anna Nordqvist, it's so tantalisingly close she can almost reach out and touch it. But not before this day is done. A day on which that newfound resilience faces the toughest of examinations. We are set for an enthralling fourth day at the Honda LPGA of 2014. A big welcome, everybody, to this magnificent layout, the old course at the Siam Country Club in Pattaya, Thailand, for our final round coverage. It's been an extraordinary week so far, and it seems as though it's going to continue all the way down to the wire. Some amazing happenings yesterday. One in particular, this shot, the tournament changer perhaps. Anna Nordqvist's second shot at the par 5 10th. She'd been standing up to the pressure superbly, and that reinforced it. A tap-in eagle at 10, and that was part of the reason that she is in a dominant position at the halfway, at the three-quarter way stage, as she was at halfway. Anna Nordqvist, the leader by 4 from Inbee Park and Michelle Wie. Julieta Granada is 5 shots away from the lead. 6 shots back, Yani Tseng, Christy Kerr, Lexi Thompson and Lydia Ko. And these players will need to shoot very low if they're going to be in contention today. The pack at 4 under, headed by Katrina Matthew and Sayuri Pak, 2 of the veterans. Well, this great golf course has played host to a lot of people over the first 3 days, but they have been flooding in today. It's been a steady stream of people all the way, and when you have a look at the players, Sandy McKenzie, you can understand why.
Well, Pete, we have a very exciting day. Look at this, the 2 young guns of golf, Lydia Ko and Lexi Thompson, playing alongside Scottish veteran Katrina Matthew.
Julieta Granada hasn't won since 2006. Yani Tseng has won twice here, and Christy Kerr has won a lot all the way around the world.
What a final pairing we have. Anna Nordqvist has been simply spectacular to now, playing alongside the world #1 Inbee Park, and Michelle Wie, she is back. So there are the players that we're going to be keeping an eye on today. It's been a week of variable weather. Kate Burton is on the golf course. What's Sunday got in store for us, Kate?
It's going to be hot, hot, hot. The maximum temperature will be 33 degrees. Currently it's 30 degrees and the current winds are southerly at 8 kilometres an hour, but the humidity is at 46. It's lovely out here, but there are a few clouds emerging though as the players embark on the back 9.
Well, there's been plenty going on already. Let's bring you up to date with what has been happening as we go to our early morning highlights. And one of the Thai players has made a significant move today. Tadapa Suwarnapura, this is her tee shot at the 4th, 163 yards today. She made a birdie at the first, a birdie at the second, and then knocked it up close again and set up another birdie there at 4.
Very exciting to see Yani Tseng, the former world #1, back in the mix again. This is her second shot into the par 5 first hole. Look at that. That was to go on and be a birdie.
And then at the 4th hole again, Katrina Matthew had a fabulous day yesterday right up until the very last hole. Here's her tee shot at the 4th. What a beauty it was. Players peppering the flag today at 4, and she was able to make birdie.
The 16-year-old from New Zealand, Lydia Ko, this into the 4th hole, the par 3. Now she bogeyed the 3rd hole. What a spectacular way to claw that one back.
Been a bit of an up and down day so far for Portanong Patlam, but here she is at the 8th. Hole cut on the back at 8 today, and Portanong getting a much needed birdie.
Anna Nordqvist is going to have this player, Inbee Park, snapping at her heels all day. This was for birdie at the 3rd. The world #1 will be on the chase.
And speaking of Anna Nordqvist, here she is at the first of the par 3s. 163, the magic number today. Important to get early birdies on the card. Nearly getting an eagle. Almost a hole in one there. And that resulted in a birdie for Anna.
Great to see Michelle Wee back in form. She's played some spectacular stuff this week. This is also at the par 3 4th hole. Look at that, just using the edge of the bunker there to kick it back towards the flag, and that was the simplest of birdies for Michelle.
On then to the 5th, we saw Katrina Matthew setting up a birdie with her tee shot at 4. Here's her second shot at 5. Hole location today, 14 on, 7 from the right. And another wonderful approach. That's exactly what the veteran was doing all day yesterday. And that was another birdie for Katrina at 5.
Big hitting Lexi Thompson. She didn't birdie the first hole. She can reach that quite easily. But this was her second shot into the 5th. And that was to set up her first birdie of the day.
Julieta Granada opened with 4 pars, so she needed to get a birdie if she's going to make any impression. And she got it there at 5.
We saw Yanni Singh birdie the first. She went on to bogey the second, but there is another red figure on the 5th.
And then at the 9th hole, Atha Hara Munoz, her second shot. Atha coming out blazing today. Birdies at 1, 2, and 5. And a brilliant approach shot to the 9th here. And that set up another birdie and an outward 9 of 32 for Atha. Now, to our leader at the 5th, Anna Nordqvist. And trouble looking around at the gallery as though she may have been distracted, then coming out of the trap with her 4th shot. And the slope of the green taking that all the way away. And what this is going to do, Sandy, is not only impact on her scorecard, but it's also going to get that little man inside her head talking.
Well, we've often talked about the fact that Anna, she's not a player who can put the 4 rounds together. She goes low and she goes very low, but there's always that one bad score. And this has been pretty extraordinary from her all week, and we just wonder how she will hold up today. She looks a much more relaxed player on the golf course.
So that resulted in a double bogey for Anna Nordqvist at 5, and now her lead is back to 2 shots, so it's game on again. The only blue figure on the front page of the leaderboard belongs to our leader, Anna Nordqvist by 2. Inbee and Michelle have both picked up 1. Atha is on the charge, having picked up 4. Stacey Lewis is making a charge today as well after a disappointing day yesterday, and she has picked up 3 shots, and Katrina Matthew has picked up a couple. So let's get straight out onto the golf course and take a look at one of the more difficult holes. It always is here at the Old Course at the Siam Country Club. The 9th drive, well, you need to be careful with it, but it's the second shot that you really need to be vigilant with.
Yeah, it's a fairly wide landing area. That bunker on the right's a little bit of an issue, but then it's uphill all the way to an incredibly severe green. Well bunkered left and right, but it's the slope on this green that's the absolute killer. Slopes severely from the back down to the front, and you can see it has a really big false front. There you see that, where it just about 10 paces in, it just slopes off all the way. So you've got to get it to the flag. But the difficulty is don't get it past the flag because it becomes a nightmare.
Atha and Stacey Lewis, 2 of only 4 players who have been able to make their birdie so far at 9. So-Yeon Yu, even par for the day, got off to a terrible start. She made bogey at the first to par 5 and then a bogey at the second. But she's done a good job to rescue it with birdies at 4 and 7. And that's in good shape.
We'll go back a few holes now. This is Inbee Park, just 2 behind the lead at the moment. This is her 3rd into the par 4. Pin today on 6, 28 on and 4 from the right-hand side. It's pretty nice. She had, it's pretty deep. She had very little room to work with. She'll have an uphill putt there, but she'll need it. That's for par, and she doesn't want to let Anna Nordqvist get out of her sights now. She's managed to claw a few shots back.
Caroline Headwell has had a shocking start to her round. Here she is on 9. She made a bogey at the first, bogey at the second, bogey at the 6th to be 3 over par, and she's dropped herself all the way down to a tie for 25th. So it could be a long day for Caroline.
Michelle Wee putting again for another birdie. She has been very good this week, Michelle Wee, showing, well, a lot of what we expect of her. You can see how quick this putt's going to be downhill all the way. Wow, well, Michelle Wee slams one in from long range. Now that is -9, just one behind, and that is applying the screws a little tighter to Anna Nordqvist.
And even more so because her two immediate challengers are obviously playing with her today, Inbee Park and Michelle Wee. They are the two most likely. Return to 9 and Kari Webb's tee shot. Kari just even par for the day. Made 2 birdies, 2 bogeys, so it's been a bit of an up and down day for the Australian Open champion of last week. Taking it down the right-hand side. And in good shape, although she's going to have the ball just above her feet.
Anna Nordqvist, can she get one of those back? She birdied the 4th, doubled the 5th, and now this for birdie. She's going to come up shy. She has been simply superb on the greens. We've spoken a number of times about, she's actually put herself in some quite awkward positions on the wrong levels, and boy, she has been nothing short of spectacular.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's where Gilly is going to be. Not only a bloke who carries the bag today, but he's going to be a psychologist as well. Katrina Matthew at the 7th drains one. That is her 3rd birdie of the day. Katrina moves to -7. She's only 3 shots out of the lead now.
Inbee, after coming out of that greenside trap on the right there, this for par. Such a beautiful putter. She really is.
Well, that is a pressure putt from Inbee Park, but the pressure is all on Anna Nordqvist now, and the chasing pack have closed from 4 to 1. Michelle Wee just a shot behind. Inbee Park now finds herself 2 off the lead. It's very much game on, and the likes of Atha and Katrina and Julieta have come into the picture now at 7 under. Suzanne Pedersen making a final day charge. She's at 6 under the card, along with Stacey Lewis, and Yani Singh is also at -6. So the pressure is right on Anna Nordqvist. How will she answer? That's the big question right now in Pattaya.
Down to the action on the 9th hole. Julieta Granada. Oh, sorry, So Young Yu. Look from a distance like Julieta. Don't know why. So Young, 2nd shot in. It's been an up and down week for So Young. She looked like she was leading this tournament halfway through the 2nd round, and made some mistakes. But this into 9. It's a tough pin on 9 on that left-hand side. Now, that looked like a spectacular shot. She'll be really pleased if that happened to stop and roll back, because that is lightning fast from behind the pin.
Yes, and she knows it as well. Talking to her caddy, Tom Watson. Yes, that is his name, just in case you're wondering.
I thought somebody was joking the first time they told me that.
Well, we've often said, imagine him checking into the hotel at a golf tournament. What's your name, sir? Tom Watson? No, come on, what's your real name? Here's Kari. 2nd shot at 9.
Coming fresh off the Australian Open win last week for Kari, where she was simply superb in a difficult day in the final round. Now, come on, she's used the back a little bit. It's going to ease up. But, well, both those putts will be so slick.
Well, Kari's might be a bit shorter by the time she gets up there, because she hit that ball in exactly that spot yesterday, and just before she was about to play the shot, the ball rolled about 8 or 10 feet. So hopefully that might happen again today. They're flocking in the gates today, understandably so, when the world #1, Inbee Park, heads the field looking for glory in Pat here in Thailand. Final round of the Honda LPGA of 2014. And it's going to be a packed house around 18 because of all the drama which invariably goes on at 18 later on today. Caroline Headwall probably won't be part of that drama after the start she's had. Here she is with her third shot, or second shot I should say, at 9.
Just waiting for her to ignite a little bit this year. She's such a talented player. Caroline Headwall, she was in the mix last week and had a few hiccups, and she's been in the mix this week and had a few problems. But she is a seriously good player, very powerful, very aggressive.
Shan Shan Feng at the short 8th hole, measuring today 152 yards, and she's got an opportunity to make her par here. And does, to remain at 1 under par for the day. It's had 2 birdies and 1 bogey, and they've all come in the last 3 holes. Well, let's have a look at 8, Sandy, and we keep on saying that the main thing about this, it's a beautiful hole, it's got the lovely water feature, but it's where they put the pin that matters.
Certainly is. The water feature isn't an issue. It's very pretty, but the green is the issue. Now, if you've got a front pin, it's actually pretty easy because you can use the slope as a backboard. But today it's 27 on and 9 from the left. You've got to get it all the way back into the back corner. Difference, the greens are a little softer this year. They're a little more receptive. Makes that just a little bit easier. But you can end up a long, long way from this pin if you get a little too much spin on the ball.
And one important measurement here is that it's only about 3 paces to where the flag is from the ridge, the level part of the ridge. So even if you're 3 paces underneath the hole, you could be in trouble.
Venturing down the right-hand side, and it is so important to get it onto that back plateau because it really is on a slope, the pin today.
And Katrina Matthews done that, Kate, but she's a long way from the pin.
And there's going to be an appreciable swing in that putt as well.
Yeah, it'll be a massive right to left from where she is. At least she's on the right level. Doesn't seem to be much breeze down there, Kate, as we look at all the trees surrounding the 8th tee.
No, it's pretty calm at the moment. Lexi Thompson on the tee.
What a talent this young lady is. She's so powerful.
And she leads the field in greens in regulation this week.
It's a good looking flight. It's just got to get all the way back there. It will do, but just needs to stay. A lovely shot from Thompson.
It almost stopped in its pitch mark there, Kate, so that's just pin high. That's good. That is the most important part, is to get it on the right level on this hole.
But not too much behind the pin, because having stood here for the last 20 minutes or so, I've seen a fair few putts dribble past and keep on dribbling.
Yeah, that's to go without saying around here, except for those couple. The green does slope from front severely to the back, which becomes another issue.
Lydia Ko has been spectacular in one stats department this week, and it's not one that's going to be tested here at the 8th because it is a par 3, but she's hit 95% of fairways this week. 40 of 42 fairways over the first 3 rounds.
That's very good going in anybody's book. Just 16 years of age. She's an extraordinary talent.
A little bit of breeze helping the ball as it travels on its way. It's got to get up. Now, come on. And that will not stay. It will. No, it's not going to stay. It's just on that rise.
Yeah, that's that 3 to 3.5 paces we were talking about.
And that's all it is. It's
a
matter of a couple of yards. Can be the difference between a superb shot and one that's really rendered quite mediocre.
I suppose the only consolation of that is that she's going to have to judge it for pace, but it's a relatively straight putt from directly below the flag, and you don't get a lot of relatively straight putts on this golf course.
Good galleries today, following many of the groups from the time that we arrived here at the golf course more than 3 hours ago. They were rolling in then, and a lot of them are around 9 because of what happens with the putting at 9. And Caroline Headwall is not going to be able to believe that she left that short.
Oh, you can't. We stood out there this morning and just let some drop and let them run, and you just can't believe how quick that is. So there is a bit of a disastrous start to her final round, out in 39. Not one red figure. Caroline Headwall.
Julieta Granado coming up short with her third shot, a miscalculation at this tricky 7th. That's not, though. That's a piece of brilliance. Unlucky not to get an unlikely birdie, but that'll be a par for Julieta, and she will stay just 3 back from the lead, so she's very much in the mix.
Curry Webb again from the back of this 9th green. It is fast.
Not as fast as they think, apparently.
Oh, that's not fair, because that just doesn't stop down there. Such a beautiful line. There's a par for Kari, out in 36. A couple of each, bogey and birdie.
Christy Kerr is out in the 2nd last group today, but it's not been the start she would have wanted. She's made a bogey at 2, another one at 5, another one at 6. So she needs this to fall at 7. A 3 over par start, tumbling her all the way down to a tie for 20th at present. And in that tie for 20th is Na Yeon Choi, who started the day at +4 and has picked up 6 shots.
Another downhill birdie attempt here at 9 for So Yeon Yu. Now this will have a little bit more left to right break in it. Not as much as So Yeon thought.
Well, all 3 have been fooled by the line and the speed.
Got off to a shocking start, So Yeon. She bogeyed the first 2 holes and then picked up birdies at 4 and 7. Back to even par. Just to go out in an even par 36. You've got to pay attention to these little putts. We've seen a few miss this week, and the severity of the slopes on these greens, you can just, you know, think, you know, slam them into the hole, and wow, there's some movement in a lot of them. So it is a par for So Yeon. And we see that par outward 9 of 36, so she stays at -4.
Let's return to 7. Yani Singh's approach was a beauty, and she's got almost a tap-in birdie here. Although the 7th, tricky undulations, but Yani gets herself up to within 3 of the lead. Who knows? All of a sudden, if she starts getting in the mood of olden days, she could be right up there come day's end.
From down on the wrong level, Lydia Ko all the way up on this 8th hole for birdie.
It's going to move a little bit from her left to right.
Way too much pace on that, Kate. She's left herself a very awkward 2nd putt now, because coming straight back down the hill. Meantime,
Katrina Matthew has another birdie opportunity. This one a big swinger from right to left, and it's a good thing it hit the hole, because that would have been 20 feet past.
You can stand there and think, oh, wow, it hit the hole. It should have gone in, but then you think, wow, thank you.
That is a piece of good fortune.
Oh, that was going at a rate of knots.
So it's probably just going to be an ordinary 3, but you don't have to draw pictures.
I'd love to think what Vern's saying to her right there. He mumbled something, and
be an interesting conversation trying to listen into those two, Vern and Katrina.
Total Scottish dialogue, wouldn't it? Alexi from much closer range. This for her birdie. At even par for the day, just a birdie and a bogey on her card so far.
And I was talking before, Sandy, about the fact that she's leading the field in greens in regulation, but her putting this week, she's had 32, 34, 33, and that just won't get it done at this level.
That's a lot, and that has a lot to do with getting on the wrong levels.
I guess the counter argument to that is if you hit more greens in regulation than everyone else, you're probably going to have a couple more putts than most people who are maybe chipping from around the fringes of the greens.
Yeah, it's always hard with the putting stats, because if you've got somebody who's missing a lot of greens just off the edge and they're chipping up and holding the putt, it's to me it's just never a really true indication of how someone's putting on the day.
But you know one thing for sure, if you haven't got some number of putts in the 20s, you're not going to win the tournament these days.
Definitely. Well, Lydia Ko, this is a par putt after really giving it a good old run up that slope.
Got to be careful with this.
Oh, well done. She's a cool little customer, just 16 years of age. When you go out and actually walk with her, it's hard to imagine that she's as young as she is. And as we've said before, you realise she's as young as she is when you talk to her, because she turns into a little girl. She's so nice. She's so cute.
Lexi to tidy up for her par. And to remain in a tie for 13th. And with what has happened to Anna Nordqvist, we now have 16 players within 5 shots of the lead. In other words, anyone can win. Jarina Pillar's made a move. She's 3 under for the day and 6 under for the week. Here's Michelle Wee's third at 7. Over the top of the flag.
Gee, she looks good, Michelle Wee. I've been out in the course and I've followed her a lot this week, and she's so enormously powerful, but she just looks so much more in control of her game. Now, Anna Nordqvist coming from the rough, never easy to control. You see she had to deal with that slope. Now that's going to come down from there. This will be interesting.
Might be a good pool player by the look of it.
Yeah, it's well done. Used all the angles, didn't she?
Inbee chipping up, as you'd expect, getting it close and to within birdie range. So things are happening, and they're happening dramatically. Katrina Matthew, by the way, has tapped in and made her par at the 8th, and that keeps her within 3 of the lead. So using all the contours, Anna Nordqvist, but it's not so much about that at the moment. It's probably about the mental battle that may be going on, because she's the only one who's got a blue number in that right-hand column, and that's going to be the big number. That's what they're shooting today, and it's been good so far for Michelle Wee. Potentially good for Inbee Park in a moment, and Stacey Lewis and Katrina Matthew are charging on Sunday. Yanni looking good. Until now.
Taking it right at the pin, but she looks as if she knows it's not going to be enough.
Yeah.
And it's not.
Yes, obviously just didn't quite catch that. Then take a good look at Yanni, saying, well, it's hard to imagine she's still just 24 years of age, but look at that ranking. She was the dominant world #1, but down to 45, but we're seeing glimmers of old, Pete.
Yeah, we are. And isn't that wonderful?
It's very exciting stuff, but 15 victories so far, and heading towards that $10 million mark in earnings. And she's an extraordinary player, and the sooner she gets back on top of a game, the better.
I talked about Anna using the angles there on 7. Might be a good pool player. Well, Yanni, by her own admission, is a pool shark. Julieta on the tee at 8.
Trying to go to score on Yanni Seng, and has done the same thing.
It just sounded like she didn't make great contact there.
Yes, you can see the reaction from her as soon as she hit it, and she never caught it how she wanted to. Always knew it was going to be low.
Julieta has a travelling companion, apart from her mum. Mum Rosa always on the bag. That career victory came in the 2006 ADT Championship, the season ender, where she earned the bulk of her $3 million in career prize money. not only the golf here at the old course at the Siam Country Club that can keep people interested. There's all sorts of things going on. You can even have a little sip of something to keep you cool, and maybe win some prizes or perhaps buy some merchandise. Just have a little relax and watch the action on the big screen while you're having a drop of the local product. So there's plenty to occupy everyone's attention at the village here at the old course. Michelle Wee down the slope for a birdie at the 7th to join Anna Nordqvist in the lead. Had the line, didn't quite have the pace. Finished second here a couple of years ago, so she knows what it takes to get it around here in low numbers.
Let's go up to the 9th hole. This is Jenny Shin. Now, I'm not sure, Pete, how she actually managed to stay there, because it runs off on that false front, but this is uphill for birdie for Jenny.
And if she does hole it, it will be 3 birdies on the bounce.
That was always a possibility of happening. That's very steep coming up that rise.
Anna Nordqvist needing to get this back for the look of her score and for her confidence. That'll do her the world of good. That's nerves of steel. Well done, Anna Nordqvist. It's been a bit of a bumpy ride, but she's done a great job to get it back to -11.
Yes, that brought out the smile on Anna's face. Sayuri Pak from, again, behind the flag for birdie on the 9th hole.
Jenny Shin has already come up and tapped in.
Sayuri at even par. She'll pop that one in to stay there, but is she going to mark? No, just going to have a little check that there's nothing on the ball. A lot of players will do that, but what they mostly do is line up the logos and things with the hole. Everybody has their own way of doing this, and some like to use just the white ball top, but some like to actually line the logos up with where the direction they want the ball to start.
And then some players need to have a golf ball the size of a basketball with all of the diagrams and drawings that they start putting on it.
Yes, some of it's very colourful. I find that really distracting.
Inbee looking to get it to -9. This for a birdie at the 7th. And she needed to get that after Anna was able to get hers. Stays within 2. And Michelle Wee is going to have to be content with a par.
Shen for par at 9. You've got to pay attention to these putts. It's on a little bit of a slope. You can see how that's trying to get away, but no problem there for Shen. Out in 35, 1 under. And at -5, she's also in that in the mix.
She marches off towards 10. We march back to 8. Look at those galleries in the background. And Yani Seng coming up the slope fairly straight from underneath the hole at various times, and then the others can have a little bit of a borrow. And that's the straight one.
Pace on this. We saw Lydia Ko's ball rush high.
Yeah, right underneath the hole there, Kate. That's the one that is straight.
There's not many putts that are.
No.
There's one consolation.
Very difficult thing with these greens, and we're out there this morning rolling a few.
Yep.
You can roll one and it goes left to right. You take half a pace to your right, it goes straight. You take another half pace and it goes in another direction. There are some straight lines, but 6 inches to a foot either side, there's plenty of break. So it's terribly difficult to judge the roll on these greens.
Greens are running at 11.8 on the stimp meter again today. And the players have been saying that they're as quick as they putt on the tour anywhere in the world. But the other good thing about them, Sandy, is that they might be quick, but they're pure.
Yeah, beautiful greens. Very smooth. Julieta now. Well, that did a lap of honour, but it never looked like it was going to miss. That is a good two.
Very good two indeed. And that takes her to within 3 shots of the lead. Wonderful sight as the crowds take a look at the action, the putting action on 7, and then just make the short walk down to the 8th tee. Spectacular part of the golf course. Certainly was on Thursday, when one of the first shots we saw all week was Angela Stanford just popping it in the hole for a 1.
Yes, that was a bit exciting. I'd just gone out onto the golf course. It was the first shot I saw of the day.
Christy Kerr this week, if her first 3 rounds are anything to go by, she might not quite be out of it yet, even though she's given herself a very difficult task with the way she started. But she's been more prolific on the back 9 this week. She's picked up 4 shots on the back 9, just the 1 on the front in the first 3 rounds. Life-changing experience for Christy. Her and Eric now parents. A little boy in Mason, only a couple of months old. He's back at home.
With Dad.
Yeah, and I'm sure Mum's missing them both.
Yeah, we're very used to seeing Eric out in this part of the world, in these tournaments. Ayani for par. -7. She's only 4 out of the lead. We know what she's capable. Just got to get that boost of confidence back again. This is good stuff from her.
One thing we can say with a great deal of surety is she knows what it takes to get it done around here, because she's won twice. 2011, where she won by the length of the straight, and 2012, where it went right down to the wire. Katrina Matthew, just out of the first cut of rough, second shot to 9 to this difficult pin. Don't want to be above the hole.
But that's okay. What a beautiful shot from Katrina. You saw she hit that nice low draw and just started in over that bunker and let it feed across the fairways. Go down to the 8th tee now, our final group. Inbee Park, Anna Nordqvist and Michelle Wee.
And the galleries are about 5 or 6 deep around the tee. Inbee to play first. Fair bit of breeze helping her from the south.
Hasn't made much score on the par 3s in the first 3 days.
Struggled. And on the back 9, he's got it all the way back there, but oh my goodness me, that's going to be a fast putt. Come on, it still hasn't stopped there.
No, it's making a little move back towards the flag. Sneaking that bit closer, but it will be...
Bold attempt.
It will be slippery.
That's got to be such a confidence boost, Kate, for Anna Nordqvist to be able to stem the bleeding a little bit after that double bogey at the 5th and get the birdie back, and all of a sudden there's a bit of positivity probably about what she's thinking.
Yes, starting to ease into the position, because I can imagine that sleeping on a 4-shot lead would have been quite uncomfortable last night, continually on your mind.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to find out from Anna at the end of the day, hopefully for her when she's holding up the trophy, just how she did sleep last night.
It has been 4 years since she won.
And the good thing is, Sandy, she won twice in 2009, and both times she led or co-led after 3 rounds. Maybe that's an omen.
The flag is fluttering a great deal on the green, so breeze is helping Anna Nordqvist.
Oh, there's some groans.
It really is. No, it's got to sit down. Groans of delight.
Oh, that's very, very nice from Anna Nordqvist.
Breeze is really picking up now, and the direction of the breeze is going to help the players in the closing stretch of holes, but it's going to make 10, 11, 12, 13 perhaps the most important stretch of holes when they go into the wind.
Well, it's 152 yards for Michelle Wee, but as we say, down breeze, it's a slightly elevated green. But a player of her immense power, it won't be anything more than 8 or even a 9-iron.
She likes it.
Oh, and it's a cracking shot. How good are those two?
She held the pose and was staring it down. You knew it was going to be good. So we've got birdie opportunities, a couple of them coming here at 8, as the massive galleries wait for the stars of the show to cross the bridge and come down to the green. Anna Nordqvist leads the way, both figuratively and literally. She is 2 shots in front off that birdie at 7. from Inbee Park. Michelle Wee with an opportunity here at the 8th hole, and Julieta Granada's already made her birdie at 8 and is within 3 of the lead. Stacey Lewis and Katrina Matthew and Yani Singh and Athahara Munoz all making up ground on this Sunday in Thailand. You're watching the final round of the Honda LPGA of 2014 from the old course at the Siam Country Club. You often see traffic jams in Bangkok, but you don't often see them in Pattaya.
Look at that. Because we were in probably 3 hours earlier before the telecast, and there was just this constant stream of people pouring through the gates. Kate's in there somewhere, I think.
I'm here. I'm at the back of 8 green. I've got a super view. And there's 2 extremely makeable putts for Anna Nordqvist and Michelle Wee. It's going to be a very quick one, though, for Inbee Park.
Just having a little update of some of the scores. Someone making a serious move today is Na Yeon Choi. She is 7 under on today's round with still a few to go, a couple to go.
Lexi Thompson at the 9th. This is for birdie. Big swing from right to left. Well done. We talked about Lexi's putting. If she can get that putter working just a little bit better, probably gone this week, you would think, but she is going to win and win a lot. She's already won 3 times. And if the flat stick starts working throughout the year, look out. We've got so much to look forward to. The 19-year-old Lexi Thompson, 16-year-old Lydia Ko. You've got Aria Jutanagan, who's been plying her trade in Europe when she hasn't been injured. And it's just, the future's bright. And we're going to be talking to LPGA Commissioner Mike Wan about that later.
Yeah, certainly look forward to that. Katrina Matthew for birdie, downhill. Beautiful. Picks up another one to go to -8.
This golf course has been presented in simply magnificent fashion. It is the traditional venue for this title. Over at the Plantation course, they've also played one Honda LPGA, which was won by Lorena Ochoa, and Hee-Won Han won the first one way back at Amata Spring, the inaugural staging. But this has been the home of the Honda LPGA, and you can understand why when the crowds come in their numbers. Inbee Park has a birdie opportunity, but she'd be pretty content with 2 putts from where she is here. Might be one. Wow, that is something.
That is a bonus. That's what it is. I mean, from the backs of these greens, it's just deadly. And you pick up one of those from long range, put a smile on your face. Stacey Lewis on the par 3, 12th hole.
Making a significant move today, 4 under.
Oh.
That'll do. That's going to take her to 5 under par for the day, you would think. And she gets to within 3 shots of the lead if that one falls. But that leader might be about to creep away just one further.
Yes, well, she's come back well so far from that horrendous double bogey she had at the 5th. And can she pick up another, make it back to back? That was always on the top side. Gave that a little bit of a run too.
Looking very smart in the Adidas apparel. She's changed apparel sponsor and she's changed clubs as well to TaylorMade. You mentioned before Jarina Pillar's got it going as well today. She's got another birdie. And so Jarina Pillar, who made an eagle at the 10th, has picked up a birdie at 12. She goes to 4 under for the day. And at 7 under, she's 4 back from the lead. And there are a whole lot of players in contention.
It's going to be a day like yesterday, Pete, where there were players coming at us from everywhere. Now, Michelle Wee, this was a spectacular shot in Good chance for birdie. Now this to sneak to just one behind Anna Nordqvist again. It's great to see that last year she looked so uncomfortable with this putting style, and now it seems to have really, she's really relaxed with it. Looks so much more relaxed in the arms, and it's really starting to work. Caught a lot of the hole. There was plenty of swing. It was only a short putt. She thought she had it. So she'll stay two behind, although Anna's just got that awkward little length. Missed a couple of these yesterday, Anna Nordqvist.
Michelle just looking up to the heavens, but the good thing is she's smiling about it. She probably wasn't smiling when it did this. It looked as though gravity was going to take over, but that's been her attitude this week. Her play has been impressive, but her demeanour has also been very impressive around the golf course.
She's been really relaxed.
Yeah.
And
so has Anna as well.
Yeah, both of them have changed quite dramatically. I think the pressure on Michelle over the years, and Anna's had that inconsistency where, you know, she goes so low. She can. It's not a surprise to see her shoot the low round of the day, but she's always struggled to back that up and put 4 good rounds together. Well, so far this week, she's doing a great job, but she looks so relaxed on the golf course.
Good positive stroke, hit the back of the hole. Ahead at 12 to Dapasuwanapura. Had things going very nicely until she hit a submerged log at the 6th where she made a double bogey. Went out in 34. She's got a birdie chance here at 12.
It's quite a stabby little action
wasn't
that. It was a very quick stabby stroke, so obviously not terribly confident over that putt.
She's going to be the leading tie player as well in advance of Pornanong Patlam.
This is for birdie for Stacey Lewis at 12. Now, this will sneak her just 3 shots from the lead. That's easily done. She is a very, very dangerous player to have lurking just behind you.
Things are happening, and they're happening rapidly. They have been for most of the week, and on Sunday, as you'd expect, that continues. Inbee with that unlikely birdie at the 8th has now moved to within a shot of the lead. Michelle got herself up to within a shot of the lead at one stage. She's 2 back, but Stacey Lewis now, having picked up 5, is only 3 back, and if she can get to the clubhouse and post the score, might get a few people worried as they make their way in. Katrina Matthew having picked up 4, Julieta, Jarina and Yanni all going along nicely on this Sunday as well. Even par at the moment is good enough for Anna Nordqvist, but the birdies are going to have to start coming if she's going to hold up the trophy in Pattaya. Worm's eye view of Inbee Park. Striking it down there and gets the acknowledgement from caddy Brad Beecher. Beauty, mate. Straight down the middle. Well, she walked away last year and was just about to walk out of the golf course, and someone said, well, you better come back because they're about to give you the trophy.
That was quite extraordinary, but we'll go into that a little more later with poor Area Jutanagan and, well, just the dramatic events that happened. And Inbee was, well, she was off to the airport. Anna Nordqvist, our tournament leader. Plenty of room, just got a bunker on the right.
Big hit from Anna Nordqvist, looking to fly it over those bunkers on the left, and that's not going to be a problem.
No, it's perfect, Kate. Didn't run very far. It just virtually stayed where it landed. Let's take a look at this swing of Anna Nordqvist. You can see the good solid base, big shoulder turn. Now she stops at the top, the hips and legs start driving in, drops the club on the inside, and that's where they can get that inside out extension to propel the ball straight, where a lot of club golfers at the top, the first thing that moves is the hands out, and they cut across the ball, and why they do the big slice sort of regular currents. That was Julieta Granada coming up short on 9. That was her 3rd shot.
Honda have been magnificent supporters of this event, and so it continues in 2014. Their brand is very recognisable all the way around the course, and so are the magnificent motor cars, including the Honda Accord, which is up for grabs, all $50,000 US worth of it at the 16th. And we do thank Kobayashi-san and everyone at Honda for their great support over the years here, and long may it continue. Hopefully we'll be back to see them again next year in 2015 at the Honda LPGA. Now Michelle Wee sticking to the game plan. Most of the time she's been leaving the driver in the bag at 9, certainly later in the week anyway.
And it's a really low flight on this 3-wood of Michelle Wee. She's most probably flown it 150 yards. It's gone 50 yards in the air, but it's run another 100.
And it's interesting to look at her swing set. If she doesn't get it anywhere near parallel at the back, but she generates so much power.
Yeah, she's Michelle at 6 foot tall, well, as is Anna Nordqvist. She doesn't take the full back swing anymore, but she launches herself through the bottom. I mean, it's incredible power she gets into her shots, and the extraordinary thing is when you see her with that driver is the amount of carry, the height and the carry she gets. Well, Yani Singh, well, Yani sitting there at the moment at -7, can sneak up into a tie for 4th.
Pace and line here. This one will come from her left.
Just died short of the hole. There's plenty of swing in these putts, and so Yani will have to settle for a par there, but it's been a good round. She's put in 3 birdies, just the 1 bogey on the 2nd hole, but it's been a good solid performance from the former world #1.
This is one of those greens on the golf course too, where you feel as though you might have the line, and then, as you said, at the last minute, it really does swing. As the ball begins to die, then the slope takes over, and the angle of the deviation of the ball becomes so much sharper.
Well, it's quite amazing how many players on here have putts that they're watching, and they think, oh, it's looking good, and then they realise they're 5-6 feet away. It's pretty treacherous stuff around here. Now, Christy Kerr, well, this is going to have left to right on it. It'll take nearly a right angle turn to the right.
In the second last group, but she's in a tie for 22nd.
It was never going to be high enough.
She's got a good record on the closing holes. If she can just make some impression, she's not going to win, but if she can get there and get to the closing holes, pick up a few birdies before that, she's 2 under for the closing 3 holes. And of all of the players who are in contention, that is by far the best record on the last 3. When you look at someone like Katrina Matthew, she is 6 over par for the last 3 holes this week.
Yes, and a reasonable amount of that damage was done yesterday, of course, as we watched on 18, when she was 9 under through 17 holes and then took a double bogey 7 up the last. Julieta for par. We saw her chip up from short of this green. Oh, she was hanging on there. Caught the bottom of the hole. Good par. 34 out. That's nice, solid going.
Clearly is going to need everything to go right, but she's done everything right so far this week for a player who's ranked outside the top 100 in the world. In fact, her world ranking is 105. So the green is clear, and now these important second shots at 9. They've been important all week, but when it comes to Sunday, then they really start becoming money shots.
of wind here now. It's 156 yards for Anna Nordqvist, but uphill. It's going to play more like 165. It's a good looking strike, but she won't be able to see if it's enough from where she is.
Well, it's certainly enough, and it's too much. It's right up in that back left corner, and that is going to be a treacherous putt for Anna Nordqvist.
Well, with just an 8-iron for Inbee Park, it was a great drive, sneaky long Inbee. But this wind has certainly increased.
Left to right helping a bit, Kate, is that the breeze?
Yes. Thank goodness it is breezy. It's blinking hot. It's a nice looking flight, rifling straight at the pin. There is that rise.
Good opportunity for Inbee. It'll be a bit of a left to right curler, but if anyone can, she can.
Let's take a look at this swing of Inbee Park. See the angle she gets at the top. The club doesn't get anywhere near parallel, and her head turns and faces the green before she's actually hit the ball. It's quite an unusual swing, but she does the same thing every time, and it works.
Now, Michelle Wee is second at the same hole, ball above her feet.
Yeah, and it's 138 yards for Michelle Wee, the longest off the tee, even with her 3-wood. Coming in, slight draw on the ball.
Nice shot, Kate, directly over the flag, but just stopped.
It's very hard from where we are and the players are to see where the ball lands from down here. It's a considerable rise to the green.
Well, I can tell you one thing, Kate, and that is that Anna Nordqvist and Gilly are not going to be happy when they get out there and see where it did land, because they're all the way up in the back left-hand corner, and she is seriously in 3-putt territory here at 9, Anna Nordqvist. So this is going to be a great test. But from what we've seen of her this week, when she's been on the wrong level and 50 feet or more away from the hole, she's been able to 2-putt so many times. She's going to need to do it here at 9 to maintain the lead. Inbee Park's got a birdie putt. Michelle Wee has got a birdie putt. Stacey Lewis's charge continues on the final day at the Honda LPGA of 2014. We hope you're enjoying the action.
Welcome to Waterside, the latest addition to the sensational Siam Country Club facility here in Pattaya. Under the watchful eyes of IMG Design, this new championship course was constructed in a little under 2 years, and the plan is to have it open for play in May of this year. And with 10 of the holes on the course playing around the very prominent water features on the property, it's easy to see why Siam Country Club came up with the name of Waterside.
There's some great holes out here. We believe we've achieved everything that the ownership asked us to with this course, and that different style bunkering, different style greens, a little more forgiving for their guests and the members. The comments we're getting back so far from a few people who've played it is they're enjoying it and having fun, and that's a mark of a successful golf course.
Yeah, I think we're very happy. I mean, coming into this job, it was quite a lot of honor and privilege, because we're working with a developer that had 45 holes here that was established, 2 world-class golf courses. So to come in and to work with a developer like the Siam Country Club group has been a good partnership.
A group of a few very lucky people, headed by Beatrice Vakari from the LPGA, were given a guided tour of the new layout on Wednesday. There's every chance a future edition of the Honda LPGA Thailand will be held at Waterside, which is good news as Beatrice likes what she sees.
If we do play here, I think it will be a great challenge. The greens are looking great, and just the whole layout, it just looks like a championship course. So, you know, we're definitely, this course has everything it needs to be able to have an LPGA event here.
We do design courses not for tournaments, but we do design courses that have the ability to host a tournament. And so I think if the decision is made to bring an LPGA event here, or any other type of event, this course could stand the test of the professionals.
We are at the old course at the Siam Country Club in Pattaya in Thailand. Final round coverage of the Honda LPGA of 2014 at the start of another year, and at the end of the year, a new initiative for the LPGA, the race to the CME Globe, new Tour Championship at the end, all of the tournaments with equal value except the majors which carry that loading. It's going to be $1 million for the champion in the race to the Globe on points, $500,000 to the winner of the Tour Championship. Jess Corder has made an early impression by winning in the Bahamas and playing well in Australia. She has the lead at the moment from Kari Webb and Stacey Lewis, but it's excitement all the way. It's building towards what is going to be a great climax to the year at the end of 2014, a very successful year for the LPGA, no doubt. And on that subject, we are delighted to be joined by LPGA Commissioner Mike Wan, who comes in for his usual guest appearance in the box here at Thailand. Mike, Happy New Year to you. Good to see you.
Happy New Year to both of you. You guys always bring me in right when it's heating up. This is a great place to be.
Oh, this is an exciting spot to be, and that's not an exciting spot to be. Anna Nordqvist is back left on 9, and good luck to her if she can get this close.
Yeah, this is 3-putt territory.
That's gone.
She has been amazing this week.
Oh, pretty.
No, it's not. That is spectacular.
You know, that looked like it was going to go further. She has done that all week, from wrong levels on so many occasions, and that has what has really held her score together.
And Mike, as you said, it is heating up. It would be wonderful if this lady was to win. There's been a bit of a difference in her attitude throughout the week, and she hasn't won since 2009, but she's been brilliant this week.
Yeah, she's put herself in contention a bunch, at least in my tenure. I've seen her, and it's nice to see it in this situation going in today. I love this golf course because the back 9, it's wide open, as we've seen year after year. It's not over till the last putt is in 18, so we got some fun in front of us.
From where we're sitting, we've got some fun in front of us.
That's right, yeah. Fun if you're a spectator, I guess, right?
The poor players. Caroline Headwell coming up a little shy there.
The consistent feedback from players, too, is the greens are as good as we've ever seen.
Yeah.
As one player said at breakfast today, this is U.S. Women's Open green stuff, so it's really it's an exciting time, and the course is built for this kind of competition.
Running at 11.8, so very quick, and this will be quick. We've already seen a couple of players leave it short here. You wouldn't think you could do that, and Michelle Wee is going to do exactly the same thing from directly behind the hole. Mike, we just saw and went through the detail of the race to the CME Globe, and that is something that you must be pretty proud of.
Yeah, it's an exciting year for us. I mean, 4 new events, the beginning of the International Crown, but the real icing on the cake is the race to the CME Globe. It really holds all of our tournaments together. It gives both the media and the fans something to follow, no matter where we play in the world. And you guys know there's a reason why we called it the Globe, because we really do circle the globe in an effort to, at the end of the year, it's actually a sterling cut glass, if you will, globe that somebody will raise up on the 18th hole in Naples with $1 million winner's check. It's pretty exciting, and in the largest, that Sunday sitting there will be a largest individual payday check in women's golf. So,
Mike, it's an event, that is over the entire season, but what those events also do is the fact that it strengthens all your tournaments because players become conscious.
Yeah, at the end of the year, there'll be 3 players walking into Naples that'll control their own destiny, meaning if they win, they win. There'll be 9 players that mathematically have a shot to win. So I think if you're, player number 7 or player number 8 late in the year, an off week may not look as exciting as it once did, because it can really make a difference on where you set yourself up heading in. So the last 4 or 5 events of the year are really going to be interesting as it relates to the CME Globe.
Inbee Park missing her birdie opportunity, but will tap in for par to remain at -10. That is an outward 9 of 33 for the world number 1. And she is 1 back from the lead. That's at the end of the year, Mike, the CME Tour Championship. It's going to be another successful year in the LPGA. We began these conversations a few years ago when times were tough. You're up to 32
They're still
tournaments.
Tough. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I stopped at Taiwan on the way here, and we announced a new tournament in San Francisco on Friday with the Swinging Skirts golf team in Taiwan. So they're going to sponsor an event that will start in San Francisco at Lake Merced Golf Club, which is really a unbelievable treasure. It's going to be, the players are going to love that spot. And so, yeah, it's been great to put 4 new events on. I'm really excited about showcasing the International Crown, which will start this year and then play every other year.
Well, let's have a look at the 10th, Sandy. They've got the tee back at 540 yards today, and the players will be aiming over the top of that trap on the right-hand side and just launching it down as far as they can.
Yes, and if you can bomb it over that right-hand trap, you're going to get a nice little kick off the back bunker, and you can get down there a long, long way. There's plenty of room out the left-hand side, just doesn't quite run as far. But once you get on the fairway, you need to find the fairway. This green is in range. It's going to be 2 really big shots to get down there. It's a very long green. green. There's no width to it, but the pin today is in the back right corner. Now, once you get halfway down this green, it all falls away into that back right corner. You can see where the pin is today. It's not a very big area to try and run a shot through, but there's been a couple of eagles floating around today.
Julieta Granada just taking it down the left-hand side. The distance is beyond her, so she's going to give herself hopefully an angle to come in. But she's a fair way back there at 10. Good view of what faces Christy Kerr with her second shot. Taking a different line, coming down the right-hand line.
3 eagles on this hole so far today. But you've got to get a good drive. You need to get a long way down there, and the right-hand side is the way to do that. Yanni, Mike, this is really lovely to see. Yanni back playing really well. I mean, I had quite a few chats with her last year. She just went through a really bad stage, lost her confidence, and it all went pear-shaped.
You know, it's funny, I did an interview about a week ago, and somebody said, you know, what do you see for this year? And I said, you know, maybe I'm looking too much ahead, but it seems to me like a lot of the greatest women golfers in the game are just on the brink of some pretty incredible golf. Whether you're talking about Stacey Lewis, Yanni, I mean, perfect timing there, Yanni.
This is going to come all the way back.
Well, that is the Yanni of old.
I'll say, ripping at it full speed. But I mean, you see Michelle Wee, Stacey Lewis, you know, Yanni coming back at that way. Inbee obviously leading the pack. Suzanne Pettersson. It looks like the potential here for us to have some of the best players in the world playing their best golf at the same time. And that's, from a fan perspective, that's sort of a dream scenario.
Well, here's one young lady who scored one of the most remarkable victories the LPGA has seen for a long time in China last year. Shan Shan Feng just getting a bit too much action on the ball. And she finds herself about 30 to 35 feet away. Mike, just going on with that point, I know it's your team and everyone, but you must go home at night with a lot of satisfaction from a personal point of view. What has happened with the LPGA from the time that you took over as commissioner to where it stands now?
Well, I mean, we're excited about where we've come from for sure. I mean, I'm not a big fan of status quo, so I mean, I see the future and how much better it can still get, but we're excited. We're having, you know, record TV numbers, both in coverage and in viewership. We're obviously, from a sponsor and a tournament perspective, it's pretty strong. I really do believe the International Crown will showcase what those of us who follow the tour, like the two of you do, see every week, which is there's incredible golf coming from all around the world, and the International Crown will really put that in the spectacle. And with the Olympics just a couple of years away, I think there's a chance for the LPGA to really hit hyperspeed here in the next couple of years.
Inbee Park, tee shot on 10.
And it's going to avoid that bunker. We know she's not the longest player out there, but that's going to scuttle on down. 233 yards to fly that right-hand bunker.
Yeah, she's got a decent kick down there, Kate, and it has run down a fair way, so I would imagine the green is close to being in range for Inbee. It certainly will be if Anna Nordqvist and especially Michelle Wee can get good drives off down here.
The red and white of Honda is very prominent here. We've mentioned that Kobayashi-san and everyone at Honda have been great supporters of this tournament, along with BBTV Channel 7, and hopefully we're going to have a few more years to come. Anna Nordqvist with her drive.
And it's the tiger line for Nordqvist. There's no other way for her. And that's good high ball flight.
Well, there's Inbee's ball just about to go out of screen, and Anna's is going to get a bit of run. Now, you watch where Michelle Wee will fly hers to. She blows me away, Mike. I've walked around with her, and I cannot believe the amount of carry she gets, the height she hits it. It is just enormous.
I was standing on the first tee today when she teed off, and the line she took on one was a line that I think only Michelle took. It's yeah, she can see parts of the course that most of us can't.
Oh, and she's taken this well right, really right.
Sometimes that happens as well. Oh no, here we watch this.
Good kick.
That is miles down.
Well, that's as far down as we've seen anybody. That is miles.
That could have well been intentional to make it a short track. We know that Yanni Seng has played the 18th in a very different manner by driving it up the 10th fairway.
Kate, she's almost down near the other bunker now. That other bunker is only about 180 yards from the green.
I better start running.
Julieta has run all the way down to her ball, which is short of 10. And is it going to get up over the ledge? It does, so she's going to be putting for birdie again, and she's putting herself very much in contention. Like I mentioned, Honda and their involvement. Where do we stand with this tournament?
Yeah, we've been in discussions all week about it. I feel not ready to go public, but I would safe to say that if you like this event, book your tickets for next year, and we're going to be here for a while. It's a great sponsor, both Honda and Channel 7. Great location. I mean, you can tell by the field. I mean, when 10 of the top 10 in the world are in the field, as I always tell people, you don't have to ask me how players feel about a tournament. You can just see by their response. And the best in the world come. They've been coming every year. And as I said when I walked in, the best part about this tournament for me is it's not over till the final putt drops on 18. The back nine is always exciting.
Mike, a big thing that we've noticed as we watch Christy Kerr with just a horror spot to come from, over probably, say 4, 5, 6 years ago, the girls found this all very odd travelling to this part of the world, and they sort of stayed within their hotels and didn't really move outside. And now they're just in love with the travel, the markets, the shopping, the food. Things have changed dramatically in their thinking.
I think it's, it's become the new normal. I think in the beginning when we started traveling around the world, I mean, the 17-hour flights are 17-hour flights, no matter what age you are and how excited you are about your destination. That's hard. But yeah, they get to know the area. I mean, in here, when I show up here, they tell me, hey, Commish, here's where we're going to get our laundry done. We get the foot massage over there, and we're going to dinner at so-and-so's. They've got it figured out. And I think to their credit that for a lot of our younger players, this is all they know. This is the LPGA Tour that they know. But it's amazing when you look on their bags and their hats. I mean, this turns into sponsors from around the world.
All over the place. From
our website, we can show you that there's fans all over the world. It's really great for the game.
But it is fun because it's the US LPGA, but it's the World US LPGA now.
Yeah, we call ourselves Golf's Global Tour, and I always say you can't call yourself that from your home office. You got to go. And so going around the world like this, if you think how many great young Thai golfers there are right now versus what there was 10 years ago, which was almost none. And it's amazing to see what's happening.
Caroline Hedrell rolls in a birdie at 12, and it was something that she needed because it has not been the day that she would have been hoping for. It takes her back to 2 over par for the day and 2 under for the week, so it's 9 shots out of the lead. Christy Kerr used the angles pretty well with her approach at 10 from an awkward position. And you talked about the Thai players, Mike, and we've got Tadapa Suwarnapura, you've got Pornanong Patlam, you've got Moria and Area Jutanagan, and another generation is being inspired, just like Sairi Pak did with the Koreans.
No doubt. I mean, used to come to this tournament, I think a lot of local people would come to watch the best players in the world, but they didn't think about Thailand. I mean, we saw last year with Arya, they're coming to watch hometown favorites, and that's really the best part, I think, about the LPGA Tour. We talk about a season of homecomings. It seems like every week it's somebody else's homecoming. I see all year where Pornanong Patlam can walk right out of the 18th green and doesn't have to sign an autograph, but yesterday she was there for an hour signing it. It's her homecoming, and down the road it's somebody else's, and it's exciting to have players be able to show other players their home country.
Well, we will never forget the scenes we had the first time to Taiwan when
yes.
Yanni came back as world #1. I mean, that was just pure insanity.
I think in my tenure, that's the most people ever seen in one area,
yeah.
And probably the most people who probably didn't spend a lot of time on a golf course. They were coming to see Yanni and the spectacle. At some point, there just wasn't any room to put them.
And speaking of Yanni, here she is with another birdie opportunity. This one for Eagle, of course, being on in 2. So this would take her to 9 under, and this would be just 2 back. It will be a birdie. And so she's going to find herself at -8, 3 shots out of the lead.
You see the side of her hat there. It says Swinging's First Golf Team, and that's the new tournament we just announced. There's another great example of, a few years ago there was Yanni in Taiwan, but not really a whole crew.
Please, guys. Come on.
In our San Francisco event, we're going to have 120 LPGA players and about 18 Taiwan LPGA players coming together to showcase the Taiwan LPGA. So
3 or 4 years ago, you would never have dreamed of that, would you?
It just didn't even seem like the opportunity was there. And so what she's inspired in terms of a group of next generation great golfers, we want to encourage as part of our global role and give them the opportunity to play in front of 150 countries you know, just like Yanni is today.
And Sandy and I have had the pleasure of being at the Swinging Skirts tournament at the end of the last couple of years, which has been an unofficial event, and they are a remarkable group of people who have got that going.
It's amazing. It's a group, Swinging Skirts. A lot of people laugh when they hear the name, but...
Oh, Julieta rolls in another one, and that means she is -3 for the day, and she is just 2 shots out of the lead.
There we go.
Yeah,
Seatbelts, everyone.
She's just sneaking along there, Julieta. You know, -3 for the day. There's been no blemishes. It hasn't looked spectacular, but this is what's going to happen. We're going to have some people sneaking up that board under the radar, and I think all hell's going to break loose on this back nine, Mike.
Yeah, that's what I said. We need seatbelts for the back nine of this course every year, because it doesn't seem to matter what the lead is on the first tee. It always gets tied in the back nine, and 18 is 18.
And we were talking, Mike, about the Thai players coming up through the ranks, and next week we go to the HSBC Women's Champions, and all of the sponsors are going to leave a legacy with their involvement here, and they're going to be able to look back in 10 years' time and say that we were a driving force in golf, and in particular the women's game, becoming so popular in this region of the world.
No doubt about it. I think, you know, just 10 years ago, if you would have said to most people in America or Australia or Europe, you know, there's going to be great golfers coming from virtually every country in the world, like Thailand and Taiwan and China, it would have been laughable. You know, today it's not only not laughable, it's clearly, you know, it's clearly happening. It's the future. And you can see it in an event like this. I mean, how many young 8, 9, 10-year-old girls looking up as these players walk by? It's an exciting time for the women's game.
Well, I think, you know, the thing you notice here is the crowds. The people, the way they come out, they just love it. They love golf in this part of the world. It is a birdie for Yanni, so she sneaks one closer. That takes her up into a tie with Julieta Granada at -8.
So the green is clear. That is a fantastic sight. Look at that. The galleries lining this 540 yards par 5 10th, and Inbee Park is going to be first to play. And the simple fact of the matter, she's been waiting, says she's going for it. As it turns out, she's going to come up 25 or 30 yards short.
Yeah, and that's the reason why there's a lot of wind up here now. I'm still trying to work out how far Michelle Wee's hit her driver.
Okay, I just saw that from back in the distance. Now, Anna's sitting right there. Now, when you get a glimpse here of Michelle Wee standing over there to the... That is a massive difference.
She's outdriven her playing partners by 95 yards.
Oh.
She's hit a drive 311 yards.
Wow.
And now Anna Nordqvist still has 295 yards into the green.
Well, remember what she did yesterday. She came up with perhaps the shot of the tournament here.
Might need to take a run up today with the wind. It's a good looking strike, but it's veering to the left.
Not as spectacular, but effective.
Yeah, no harm done there either with that back right pin. She's got plenty of room to work with. She'll just have to use all the slopes and ridges, but she does that so well, Anna. She's been truly spectacular this week.
Now, Michelle Wee has just 193 yards to the green.
That's incredible.
Drilling an iron. And that's going to, well, be careful of that bunker on the left.
That's fine. Now, if it gets over that ridge, look at this.
Those are 2 huge hits.
Anna Nordqvist came up with the shot of the tournament yesterday, or so we thought. That could be very significant for Michelle Wee. She'll be putting for eagle, and she will be putting to get it to 11 under, and that's where Anna is at the moment.
And the thought that she's done this with an iron. Nobody else would have hit an iron there this week. I can't comprehend that. That's huge.
Mike, we might have just seen one of the pivotal moments of the week right there.
No doubt. It's amazing when you see these players and how long they're getting, and you know, I mean, to turn that into a par 4.
Mike, she's another great story now, because Michelle has gone through a lot. There was so much expectation on her when she was young, and the pressure was enormous, but she just looks so relaxed these days.
It's nice to see her smile, and even after that shot, talking to her caddy, you know, walking down smiling and talking, it's clear that she's enjoying the game. It's funny, she took some criticism for taking so much time off the game in the off season, and what a great example of sometimes just walking away from it makes you just love it a little bit more. I think she didn't take much time off of working out, but I think she put the clubs down for a month, and just makes you enjoy it even more.
Katrina Matthew has picked up 5 shots already. She's got the opportunity of making it 6 with that approach at the 11th. Here's Stacey Lewis, meantime, who also is moving along in very positive fashion on this Sunday. She's picked up 6 shots. And Mike, with IMG Productions, we're lucky enough to be part of these tournaments in this part of the world, throughout Thailand, throughout China, throughout Korea and Chinese Taipei. We've been doing it for 8 years now, and we feel privileged to be able to do it. Any other plans in the Asian region in years ahead? Yeah,
we actually haven't announced the additional China event that we'll have in the fall this year, but we'll announce that in about a month. I think you'll like that. I'll just say you'll like that resort location where we'll be going in the fall. And then, as I said, between that event and the swinging skirts and 2 more new events, we've got a pretty full slate. I've said since the day I started that I really thought 32 was the right number. And, you know, this year we're at 32 with International Crown. I think we've got 1 week we could probably add, but I don't really have a desire to be 36, 37. I think when you start doing that, you weaken fields, and you can make the events less exciting. I think we built a schedule between 3 weeks in a row and a week off, 4 weeks in a row and a week off. We built a schedule where top players can play. We can keep strong fields. We can keep sponsors and TV happy, and still make sure we're playing enough that everyone's getting an opportunity.
Inbee Park's little pitch, just checking up perhaps a little bit quicker than she would have liked, but 10, 12 feet. It's been no problem for Inbee for a long time.
We've already sat down, Mike, looking at international crowns and working out, oh, now who's playing who and who doesn't have partners in their 4-man teams.
Yeah, the international crown is going to be fun because it's different. You know, one of the things we wanted to do with the international crown is create something that the golf world hasn't seen. We didn't want to replicate an old formula. So even how you play in, where, you know, your top 8 countries or top 4 players from every country add their Rolex rankings together, your country rank, and that's how you get into the event. And then when you're playing in the event, there's no coaches, no captains. We're going to let them captain themselves, choose who they're going to play with in their 2-person teams, and so it should be a different experience. You know, only 5 countries will make it into Sunday. Two of the top teams from each pool, and then a sudden death playoff between the 3rd place teams from each pool. So it's going to be a different event. You know, I'm sure we'll make changes as the years go on, but I'm excited to show the golfing fans something they haven't seen.
Pressure right on Anna Nordqvist now, in light of what Michelle Wee has been able to do. This is her 3rd shot at the 10th hole. She has a 2-shot buffer over Michelle, but things could swing very quickly here. She's got a ridge to get it over.
Sounded a little heavy.
It's travelling though. She's got to stop. Green sloping all the way to the back there. Not too bad, but still a whole lot of work to do.
It's not bad, Peter. I just don't think she quite caught that how she wanted to.
Mike, as always, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you in here. Congratulations on what you've been able to do to get the schedule up to 32. So many exciting things, including the race to the CME Globe. Thanks for coming in, and we wish you a great year.
Thanks for having me, and thanks for taking such good care of us when we're over in Asia. We love the way you guys cover our tour.
We'll see you in Singapore.
You bet.
Mike Wan, the LPGA Commissioner, joining us. Anna Nordqvist is the leader, but Michelle Wee has a huge opportunity coming up at 10. You're watching our final round coverage right around the world of the Honda LPGA Thailand of 2014. Great to hear from the Commissioner, and great that he is able to spend so much time with us. It's become a regular thing here in this part of the world, and I think he can take a bow. I know that Sadie, he always puts it over to his team, and it is very much a team thing, but he's been the man in charge calling the shots, and he's done a brilliant job in the time that he has been doing that.
And the one thing he does have is the respect of his players. Julieta Granada just coming up a little shy there. It's okay. She's sneaking along well, Julieta. 9 under.
Lexi Thompson's got a birdie opportunity at the 11th to go to 8 under. She made a birdie at 9, birdie at 10. And now an all-round good putt makes it 3 on the bounce. Here comes Lexi.
One player, Pete, who's made a big move, and it is the round of the day so far. It was a 64 from Na Yeon Choi.
Too little too late, unfortunately, because she started at +4 and finished at -4. And she's vaulted herself all the way up into a tie for 17th. But unfortunately, when you shoot 75, 73, 72, that's a bit too late. It's certainly not too late for Caroline Masson, though. That is another birdie. She's picked up 4 birdies in her last 5 holes, and now she is 1 shot off the lead. All sorts of things happening out there on the golf course affecting the leaderboard. Let's bring you up to date with what's been going on in the last hour or so. Michelle Wie looking to get off to a flying start. Rolled one in for a birdie at 6, and that was her 2nd birdie of the round.
It's to the 7th hole, Caroline Masson. Well, she continues the birdie barrage from yesterday. Another one.
Very important for Anna Nordqvist to get things back on track. After her double bogey at 5, the birdie at 7 did good things for her score and her confidence.
The world number 1 was a steady start for Inbee, but that was to be her 2nd birdie of the day, sneaking just that bit closer.
Probably not many would have been thinking the world number 105, Julieta Granada, might have challenged. She's got other ideas, banging one in there for a birdie at 8.
Again, we go to Caroline Masson, and this was her 2nd shot into the 9th hole. She's already made 3 birdies to this point. And look at this, just using the slope there perfectly, and that set up birdie number 4.
We know Inbee Park is the best putter in the game. She's shown that. Well, she certainly showed it here at 8. This was an unlikely birdie attempt. And using the pace of the green to advantage, Inbee rolled in a bomb.
We thought Stacey Lewis might be in there chasing. She birdied 8, 9, 10, and this was her tee shot at 12. Oh, and what a beauty it was. And again, that was the 4th birdie in 5 holes.
Caroline Masson made a charge yesterday. It's continued on Sunday. This was her eagle putt at the 10th. The eagle wasn't to fall, but it was a tap-in birdie, and that would take her to 5 under par for the day.
Julieta Granada is just sneaking along. She's staying with the leaders. It was birdie number 3 for her day.
That brings you up to date with what's been going on. Now, some important moments coming at 10. Anna Nordqvist coming up the hill from the back of the green at 10. This for a birdie to move to -12. And then Michelle Wie's eagle opportunity to come. What a putt! This newfound resilience has been on display for Anna Nordqvist, and rather than buckle under the pressure, she is rising to the occasion.
Well, that was very, very impressive. She knows Michelle Wie is in there, not too far away for an eagle putt. Inbee is putting for birdie right now, and this to take her to -11. Coming in from all over the shop now, so she stays just 1 behind.
That a birdie on 10 for Inbee Park. We'll come back to Michelle Wie and her eagle opportunity in a moment. Here's Stacey Lewis at 15. Drivable, 272 yards. She's made a significant move today to be 6 under the card. Now that's going to be all the way up on the other level.
Wow.
And then some. That's going to be pretty interesting from back there.
Well, Stacey Lewis had a patch through the turn where she birdied 5 of the 6 holes and making a significant move.
Here comes the moment. Michelle Wie, 2 superb blows at 10 for eagle. Oh, yes. And here we go again. Michelle Wie closes to within 1. That is stunning. That magnificent drive of more than 300 yards. This is going to be such an enjoyable contest over the back 9. We better tell you what's going on the leaderboard. There's so much happening. Anna making her birdie at 10. Inbee Park making her birdie at 10. Michelle Wee making an eagle at 10. And there's only one between the three of them. Stacey Lewis can get in there and post a score, but she's got her issues at 15. Katrina Matthew is doing what she did yesterday and tearing the course apart. Julieta Granada is showing that she's quite comfortable up amongst the big names. And both Lexi and Yanni are also making up some ground. What a Sunday this is proving to be. Let's take it back out onto the golf course at the 11th, 372 yards par 4, so not long, and the water's only there for decorative purposes.
Well, that's there for decorative purposes. The bunkers are not, however. The ones on the left, you need to belt it at least 240 yards to clear those and get a good kick. The one on the right is in play, so get it in the fairway. Once you've done that, it's a pretty big green this, but it's two distinct greens in one, the front and the back. Now today the pin is all the way back, 30 on and in the centre. So that little pot bunker, if you got it down the right hand side, would be a little bit of an issue, but there's the flag all the way back. It's not very much width to this green.
Fifth hardest hole on the course today. Well, the adrenaline must be surging through Michelle Wee's body at the moment. Here she is, driver in hand at 11. Now she's having a long look at this one. Normally bends down and picks the tee up quickly. She needn't bother.
Do you know, Pete, it is just so exciting out there. I'm actually going to leave you and go out and watch firsthand.
Oh, what a place to be. And remember what happened when you went out there last year on the Sunday. Area Jutanagan made a hole in one at 12. What's going to happen today?
I better not meet them at the 12th, you think?
Julieta Granada is going to have to be content with her par. Meantime, back on the tee. Inbee, one back. She too having a good look at it. Should be fine. Yanni Singh's birdie opportunity at the 11th to move to within 3 of the lead. The birdies are going to have to keep on flowing for the likes of Yanni Singh and company with everything that's going on with the big 3 in the last group. Nordqvist has got it now to 1 under for the day, but Inbee is 4 under for the day and Michelle Wee is 4 under for the day. Despite the distraction of the tee, which is sticking up out of the ground about 5 feet in front of her, and a Nordqvist not even seeing it in the frame of mind that she's in. Kate Burton has rejoined us in the commentary box. What a battle this is, Kate. This is a great Sunday in prospect.
Well, this is a power showdown between certainly Anna Nordqvist and Michelle Wee. I can't tell you, I don't think I've seen that big a drive from Michelle Wee ever as she embarked on the final 9 here in Thailand. A superb drive.
And the thing is, as we said yesterday, she is leaving nothing behind on it, but she's got such confidence in her drive that she knows that it's going to be long but accurate. Stacey Lewis has driven through the green here, so she's up on the wrong level. She gets it to this area and lets it run on down, and that's going a bit too quickly. She knew that. Well, it sat down about as well as she could have hoped for, but it's still a good 8 to 10 feet past, and it's trying to keep rolling. And it has, in fact, we've just been told, rolled off the green. You heard the reaction of the crowd just keep on going.
Back on the 11th, Inbee Park. It was the second hardest hole yesterday, the 11th. Quite different today.
There's a reaction you don't see too often.
Got to get it back. Oh, and that's wide after her superb ball striking in round 3. I think for once you could say her ball striking was even better than her putter. She gets her putter to work today. Always a threat.
There you go. Looked as though Stacey was going to finish up about 8 or 10 feet past. She's rolled all the way off the green. Now she needs to get up and down to make her par. And she will do that without too many difficulties. But you walk off with the par here at 15. It a hole that measures 272, and it's going to feel like a bogey.
And a Nordqvist from the left side of the fairway here at 11. One of the best ball strikers. And it's all the way back, 30 yards on the green. Oh, tremendous shot from the Swede.
She is going to learn a lot about herself today under the pressure of battle, and with two great players snapping away at her heels. Here's another one who is not in her line of sight, but she's snapping away too. Caroline Masson. She has now gone 4 birdies in a row.
My goodness me. So Caroline Masson started her campaign here in Thailand with a round of 76 and has just vaulted up the leaderboard. This is a tremendous putt from Masson. 3 birdies on the back nine. She came close to actually breaking the course record yesterday, potentially, had she had a birdie on the last one, 62. Watch out for Masson.
Just confirming, it is 4 birdies in a row for Caroline, because she did make a birdie on 10. Michelle's approach at 11. She's giving it the pose again. Can't believe it pulled up there. Thought she had it right on the money.
Now Lexi Thompson, 4 under. There were 3 under today. Here she is on the 12th. Oh, now she's 4 under. So superb scoring on this final day. There's a fair bit of breeze out on the golf course, but conditions really are ideal. It is warm, but the players are used to that. Work cut out for Inbee Park.
Yeah, rare error from that distance for the world #1. She hasn't got a lot of green to play with either, but she's very adept at this area of the game as well. Club face wide open. Look out! Would anything else happen?
There are so many people out watching the golf today. Certainly worth another look at this beautiful technique from Inbee Park. Just got it to land softly. That was the key. Rolled beautifully towards the hole. She was pretty unlucky for it not to drop in.
Well, that's why she's the #1 player in the world. Little smile from Inbee. When the great players make a rare error, they're able to rectify it very quickly, and she's done that without too much stress. Inbee stays at -11, 1 back.
There's 8 holes to play with the final group, and when you look at the leaderboard, it is certainly congested. It's very packed up there. We have 8 players within 4 shots of the lead, and we know just there are some tantalising holes on this back nine, and anything can certainly happen on the 15th and the 18th.
You'd have to think that it's likely a battle in 4, but strange things can happen, and because of that stretch of holes that Kate was talking about, 15 onwards, it's a really testing assignment for all of the players, but in particular it becomes more so on Sunday because there's no tomorrow. Everything's at stake at that moment. Michelle Wee, just saw her stats throughout the week, 29, 30 and 30 her putts. She's got the chance to momentarily at least join the lead. Didn't hit it. She shot 69, 68, 71, 70 when she finished runner-up here to Yanni Singh 3 years ago. She's on the way to a lot better than the final round 70 in 2014.
And when you think that she is the 60th ranked player in the Rolex rankings, well, this week will make a big difference to that. So we taps in for a par on the 11th. Superb eagle on the 10th and finds herself just one behind Nordqvist.
We talked about the fact that Anna Nordqvist would learn a bit about herself. When you've got a pack chasing you that includes the likes of Inbee Park, Michelle Wee, Yanni Seng, Christy Kerr, Lydia Ko and Lexi Thompson at the start of the day, between them, they have 47 LPGA wins and they've won 11 major championships. So if you can hold them off, you can hold your head high at the end of the day.
And certainly Stacey Lewis enters the fray. I know she's struggling at this particular hole that she's playing now on 16, but she's right up there as well. And there's a real art to being at the top of the leaderboard and staying there. They'll be particularly aware on the back nine. There's a number of leaderboards to tell them exactly how they stand. And it's just getting used to being in that position.
This for a birdie to stretch the lead out to 2. Nerves of steel again from the Swede. I often say the Swedes are ice cool. And a Nordqvist proving to be just that. Lucky 13 under, perhaps, as she heads towards the par 3 12th with the thousands of people who have flocked out to the old course today.
16th hole, Stacey Lewis. Long hole today, 185. Oh, and a difficult pin to attack. That's why they put the car there. Not going to make it easy for the players.
Stacey Lewis running out of holes now, especially seeing she finds herself 4 shots back of Anna Nordqvist with that brilliant birdie at the 11th. She's now made 3 birdies in her last 5 holes after giving herself a few heart palpitations earlier in the day at the 5th. But she had a 4-shot lead. That's been cut away in half. Katrina Matthew, Inbee Park and Michelle Wee still harbouring desire of the win in Thailand. Yanni Seng, you would think too far back for the victory now. Although don't forget, we've got an eagleable, if that's a word, par 4 15th.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Oh, it goes with me.
And we've also got a hole that she can eagle the last, even though you were doing some stats on the last about yesterday. They're quite remarkable what the stats show.
Yes, on a par 5 as well. We are watching Yanni Seng on the 12th. A lot of movement in this putt. More than Yanni Seng thought, but on the 18th hole, which is a par 5, only 47% of players were reaching the green in regulation. Well, I think a lot of them were reaching the green, they just couldn't keep the ball on the green as they were spinning off. And it is very rare when you consider the stats on the other par 5s. You know, par 5s are normally getting on in 2.
Well, the other ones, it was 89% of players were getting on the 1st, 79% on the 7th, 87% on the 10th, and 47% on the 18th. That's just an indicator of how tough it is.
Less than half of the players could get on the green in regulation on the 8th. And it's not because of the distance. They all had wedge in for their 3rd.
Christy Kerr's aspirations of claiming the title were put to bed pretty early when she had a horror start, made 4 bogeys on the outward 9 to go out in 40. That'll help. The Rolex World Rankings, there are going to be a few moves after what happens here in Thailand this week at the Honda LPGA. Inbee Park not doing herself any harm whatsoever by being right up there in contention, and who knows, maybe defending her title by the end of the day. Nayeon Choi's up in the top 10. She hasn't had 3 very good days to begin with, but she's had an amazing final round of 64. But it's Inbee Park who has the #1 ranking at the moment. Suzanne Pedersen is looking for it. Stacey Lewis has had it and wants to regain it. And the 16-year-old Lydia Ko, remarkably, is the 4th ranked player in the world. That's the measure. How we measure the best. Rolex getting behind women's golf and golf right around the world. The Rolex World Rankings, Inbee Park right up at the top of the tree. And she is joined on the leaderboard by this lady, Katrina Matthew, who is at 13. She is 7 under par for the day. She's made 4 consecutive birdies.
Well set. Oh, that needs to sit down. Where error by Matthew, seasoned player out on the LPGA. Currently ranked 13th on the Rolex ranking, so she will jump up as well by virtue of her cracking play this week.
Here's a look at 12. They can be just somewhat protected by all of those trees over on the left, and the magic number today, Kate, 164.
And given the direction of the breeze, it will be playing into the players. And where the pin is cut today is all the way in that back right-hand corner. No wonder it is the 7th hardest hole on the golf course. Just the 10 birdies. Everything is just determined by their hole locations here on the old course at the plantation, whole course at Siam Country Club. And it really is how you manage to get the distance control just right off the tee, and then the line of which you face for your putt.
Anna Nordqvist is at the 12th tee, our leader, and so is Sandy McKenzie.
164 straight into the breeze. Now Anna's going with a 6-iron, and oh, this is straight at the flag. It could be good.
Well, we said of you making your way to 12, Sandy, and what happened last year, and Anna Nordqvist wasn't that far away from repeating what Ariya Jutanagan did at the 12th in the final round last year. What a shot. We'll come back to 12 shortly.
Stacey Lewis was making a charge up the leaderboard, but has come to a temporary halt. And she is in a bunker at 16. Pretty good shot from the world #3.
Shall we next to go at the 12th?
Now Michelle going with 1 less here. She'll just try and punch this in through the wind.
Well, it got the shoulder and just propelled it forward. That's the possibility of 3-putt territory from over there. Unlucky.
Very impressed by her composure on the golf course. Still manages to crack a smile, even when things aren't quite going her way over the last couple of days. Inbee.
That's with 7-iron, and it's just to the left of the flag.
Percentage shot from Inbee, and the good thing is that she's going to get some indicator, even though it's a slightly different line from Michelle Wee's putt. But Anna Nordqvist with a realistic opportunity of stretching the lead out to 3 again, and wouldn't that be a testament to her fighting qualities after what happened earlier?
Par saver for Stacey Lewis. Oh, sit down. There's a bit of a rise there that slopes away. A slope, I should say, that feeds away from this hole. Oh, she's going to drop 1 shot on 16. It's compiling a super scorecard. 6 birdies, 6 under the card.
Putting's been a bit of an issue for her this week.
Yeah, I've noticed that the last couple of rounds as well. Flat stick not quite behaving, which tends to have betrayed her a little bit this week in Thailand.
27 putts on Thursday, Kate. 30 on Friday, 32 on Saturday. -8, and the charge effectively over now, but still a big check. That's of no consolation to the former world #1 right now. Katrina Matthew is tearing the course apart for the 2nd day in a row, and let's have a look at how she's been doing it. Here she is with her 2nd shot at 9. Such a difficult hole. You don't want to be above the hole. If you are, you only want to make it a few feet. And that's exactly what Katrina was able to do. She made a birdie there. Then she came to 10. This was for eagle. Not picking up 2, but a tap in for birdie. Another to follow, at the par 4 11th from round about 8 feet right to left, right in the middle. Little pump of the fist from the lady they call Beanie. And then from longer range at 12, where else would it go but right in the middle. And those putts would have gone in a thimble, all the ones that have gone in. Caroline Masson on the charge, 4 birdies on the bounce, but she's come up with a bit of an error and she'll need to probably get herself up and down. But we know one thing, if you're from Scotland, you can play shots like this. See what she can do.
Oh, superb shot from Katrina. Her husband Graham normally caddies for her. He's staying at home this week, so she's got Vern Tess on the bag. And I'm assuming that it's morning time now in Scotland. He will have turned on his television or had a look online and been extremely excited by the progress as she shoots up the leaderboard.
Graham, if you are watching, we wish you well. And just calm down there.
Exactly, he'll be leaping up and down.
Has been an amazing couple of days for Katrina. A long range here from Michelle Wee. Her long range putting has been really good. One in particular I remember from yesterday at the second. She made just a par at the first yesterday on a par 5, and then she holed a bomb at 2. That seemed to get things going for a little while.
Fair bit of breeze blowing up out here at the moment. Michelle coming across the green. Should be left to right after the flag. It does fall away a little bit. I never had the line nor the length on that one.
That's going to be a very testing length, Sandy, about 7 or 8 feet. Stood up to the pressure really well. Hold a couple of excellent pressure putts on 17 and 18 yesterday when she needed to stay in touch. Katrina tidies up for her par, remains at -11 in a 3-way tie for second, 2 back from our leader. Amazing to think where she was at the halfway stage, Katrina Masson, to think that she's up there in contention for the title.
Yeah, and to shoot a round of 65 and to be disappointed with a round
Yes.
of 65 on Saturday, because I know I really shouldn't be, but frustrating finish for her. Inbee Park.
Much straighter line here for Inbee, up and over the rise. It's going to come up shy.
Yeah, the difference being no stress for Inbee to make her par. And it's going to be a bit of a heart flutter, and Michelle might even still be away here.
Yeah, she is, Pete. She's further away than Anna.
Great galleries out there, Sandy. Terrific atmosphere, I'd gather.
Well, you should have seen me trying to get to the 12th tee. I had to weave my way through. It is fantastic atmosphere. There's so many people out here. Beautiful conditions. The sun's out. That breezes are cooling, thank goodness, because otherwise it'd be like a sauna. And it's just really exciting stuff.
Probably slowed you down signing autographs on the way out there.
I just signed one yesterday. I was quite excited about that. I don't think they knew who I was, but...
Well, this is that knee-knocking length. But it was a similar length at the putts of 17 and 18 yesterday for Michelle. Can't afford the possibility of a 2-shot swing here, because that's the marker of Anna Nordqvist just to the left of the hole.
This putt should be relatively straight. It will just tail off left to right as it gets to the hole.
Not long in distance, but huge in importance.
Great
well
putt.
Hold. Yeah. Pressure.
What a putt this would be for Anna Nordqvist. Superstar, as she embarks on the back 9, birdie at 10, birdie at 11. And a very makeable birdie putt here at 12 to extend her lead at the top.
Also, the good part is, Kate, it's uphill. Just this little bit of the green, this tongue that just slopes away here. Might be a tiny bit of right to left in it, though, so she can be a little bit careful with the line.
She arrived here at the course today with a 4-shot lead. She never surrendered that, but got back to 1. Now she's got the opportunity of getting it back out to 3. Birdie, birdie, birdie. That's the way to do it. Anna Nordqvist has almost regained the status quo, and with 6 holes to play, she's getting closer to that victory. Her lead 3. It's Sweden, Scotland, Korea and the USA at the top of the leaderboard as we get into the closing stretch. Our leader, yes, there may have been that heart palpitation on the 5th hole today, but she has stood firm, has stood rock solid, and her 3rd victory is getting ever closer. But the challenges are going to keep on coming, and she knows it. There are 3 chasers, including the best player in the world, Inbee Park, the defending champion. Michelle Wee has had her eye on the prize all the way throughout the week. Her length is going to be a factor in the closing holes, and the experience of Katrina Matthew is also going to be a factor. Can they chase down Anna Nordqvist on Sunday in Thailand? We're about to find out.
Anna Nordqvist with a look of determination on her face, lining up her drive on 13.
Straight into the breeze, Kate. She's got to be careful of those bunkers on the right-hand side. They will be in play. Plenty of room out on the left. Good solid contact by Anna, and it's moving from the bunkers right out to the centre of the fairway. It's
well, even after that hiccup that she had at 5 today, there's been precious little sign of nerves or pressure. She's that type of character. It doesn't often show, but she's handling it with aplomb today.
Horton on Patland on the 18th. Hold a super putt here yesterday. Let's give the local crowd something to cheer about. Ooh, it's going to be a little knee knocker back. Leading the honours for Thailand this week. It's great to see Thailand will play in the international crown.
Yeah.
And looking at the leaderboard, Tidepa Suwanapura is currently in a tie for 13th, and if she continues that good form, she will make the team based on the Rolex rankings. Pretty good for a sponsor's invite here this week.
Yeah, great performance from her.
We've been working very hard on our Thai names this week.
Yeah, well, Portanong Patlam, Tidepa Suwanapura, Moria and Arya Jutanagan.
PK Conkraban, and they're a host of great players to look out for in the future.
And that's exactly what Mike Wan was talking about when he was in here with us a little bit earlier. It's great to see these Thai players coming up through the ranks, and this tournament, with the support of Honda and BBTV Channel 7, is part of the reason for that. Let's check out the 13th dogleg right of 359 yards. Need to watch going through the corner here, but give yourself the right angle to come in.
And the ideal line is to take it down the left-hand side of the fairway. No need to flirt with the bunkers on the right. It's not a long hole. And most of the players, especially these final groups, will only have maybe 8 or 9 iron or a wedge in. But it is playing over its par. And well, the pin today is tucked in that left-hand corner, 9 on and 6 from the left. And it's on a slight plateau, so it's just another difficult hole in which to get close. So coming in with a good spin, but if you see it just left of that hole, it does run off into a number of swales and funnels. I'm sure that's got a fair bit of a workout today.
Now, how far down will Michelle look to get it with driver in hand?
Well, those bunkers are in play. She's hit it at them and it's drawing back. She's absolutely launched this down the fairway.
Goodness me, the adrenaline is coursing through her veins. Because the last couple of days she didn't take driver on 13. But obviously brimful of confidence, what we want to see coming down the stretch.
Portanong Patlam has putted up from the middle level at 18. This to finish off for the par in front of her home gallery. Unfortunately, not a great way to close. 3 over par round of 75. Pornonong finishes at +4, but she's given the galleries a thrill thanks to brother and caddy Wow. And well done, Pornonong, a player of the future. Inbee on the tee at 13.
And in usual Inbee style, that's just coming down the centre of the fairway.
Yeah, you could just about make a recording of that from either you or Kate when you're out on course and just play the recording.
We need to say another way, find another few ways of saying it as well.
Yeah, super consistent. Now, check out Lydia Ko for the first time in a little while with everything that's been going on. She's 10 shots back from the lead, can you believe that? 1 over par for the day.
Caddy Scott Lewin telling her to take her time. For a player of just 16 years old, so much experience. Understands her golf swing incredibly well.
Still got a long way to go. She's got 166 to the front. Pins 15 on, so just over 180. A lot of club to get it all the way back there. Not such a bad result from that distance.
Oh, sorry, it's down now.
Pins
we'll go
over
up and have another look. We'll have another putt and then we'll go to the 15s.
Pins over on the left side here at 14 today. Left side is the low side. Katrina Matthew is going to have to shoot an incredible score if she's going to win, or she's going to have to rely on something of a collapse from Anna Nordqvist, and that doesn't look like happening yet. She is 7 under par through 13 holes. And remember, her first 2 rounds were 76-71.
What did she eat on Friday night?
I don't know, but I'll have what she had.
A little bit wide. But such a straightforward player, keeps her game very simple. And with 2 young children, she's not one you always find out on the golf course. Has been working for a long time with her pro, Kevin Craggs. Has a very orthodox swing that Katrina has. Look, she's a very slight player, got a good bit of height to her, but you know, it all just fits together very nicely indeed. You could tell she's played a fair bit of golf in Scotland. She has good ability to work the ball both ways.
Ball below Inbee Park's feet with her second shot at 13.
That's from 131, just taking it fractionally left, not too far away. Wind gusting out here at the moment from a few different directions.
And that pin there at 13 today in a bit of a bowl. So it'll be a slippery one coming down the slope for Inbee.
Champion last week in Australia, Kari Webb, her second into 15. Oh, would have been a nice eagle. That's a tap-in birdie for Kari Webb, who will be 2 under today, and that will move her to 6 under. Too far back now.
Sandy, Anna's got a similar situation here with the ball below her feet as well.
Yeah, same shot, Pete, a little bit closer, 115 to the flag. You've got a little bit of room over the bunker. It doesn't look like it when you're standing here. Wind just dropping for the moment. But always when the ball's below your feet, it sort of encourages that left to right shot. Contact's good, started right. It's coming right back on the flagstick if it's the club.
It's right all over the flagstick, and it's going to be okay.
Not such a bad place to putt from there at 13.
Yeah, she's peppering the pins, though. Oh, she is certainly digging deep and playing extremely well under the huge pressure that's coming from all directions.
Lexi Thompson punching one into 14.
It's very deceiving. There's a lot of dead ground just beyond that bunker, which is very deceptive for the players. Got to convince yourself of the yardage. Now
Only 97 yards from Michelle. She started that well right, and it's moving further right.
And that is the first sign of frustration that we've seen from Michelle Wee all week, really. She's had a great demeanour about herself, and you can hear what she thinks of it. She knows she's running out of holes. And this was her reaction been so positive all the way through the week, but now the pressure of Sunday perhaps just starting to get to the 24-year-old.
She was runner-up here in Thailand back in 2011 when Yani Seng won, so she knows what it's like to be in contention coming down the stretch. But when you've got Nordqvist starting birdie, birdie, birdie on the back nine, and you find yourself 3 shots behind with wayward shots like that, you start to get a bit desperate, start to try to make it happen.
Yeah, and then you begin pushing, and then things can go exactly the opposite way to the way you want them to go. Still not out of the question for Michelle Wee or Inbee Park or Katrina Matthew, but Anna Nordqvist at the moment showing no signs of faltering, in particular on the back nine. She's 3 under for the day, she's 3 under par for the back nine, and she's 3 shots in front on this final day at the Siam Country Club Old Course in Thailand. Great to have your company right around the world as we watch the action towards the trophy on Sunday. Well, as Kate said, Lexi just being confused a little bit by the dead ground, and she's elected to putt that, which is an interesting choice from all that way away, and it's come up okay, so she should be able to make her par.
So many different ways that you can play shots from around the greens here. Well, we know there's all sorts of ways to play the 18th, but sometimes you don't want to get too much spin on them.
Speaking of 18, Suzanne Pettersson, she made an eagle here when she won in 2007 on the last hole, and she nearly made another one there. Nearly wound the clock back about 7 years. The difference was that that was for the win. And today she's going to finish, by the look of it, well, at the moment, it's going to elevate her up into a tie for 6th at 8 under. Outstanding closing round for Suzanne. 3 birdies in that daunting stretch of 5 holes at the end, but she left her run too late.
She'll be looking good next week when the caravan rolls on to Singapore for the HSBC champions. Here's Lydia Ko. Beautiful touch around the greens for the world number 4. 5 professional wins to her credit already, 4 of them as an amateur.
Yeah, the 2-time Canadian Open champion defended her championship in 2013. I'm sure that was part of the reason why the gentleman we spoke to earlier, Commissioner Mike Wan, couldn't say no.
On behalf of the Honda LPGA Thailand 2014 Organizing Committee, we are proud and grateful to be running the event once again for the 8th consecutive years. One of the LPGA Tour season highlights, Thailand is known for its great hospitality and strong support golf fans. With a challenging host venue and a world-class tournament, we always have participation from the finest female golfers in the world. With BBTV outstanding broadcasting technology and capability, we will once again implement the live broadcast in high definition, covering all 4 days of the tournament. Please enjoy Honda LPGA Thailand 2014.
And BBTV Channel 7, Kunid, Kun Pelicorn, and everyone has been such a big part of the success of this tournament over the years. Michelle Wee was not at all happy with her approach to 13. And she's not going to be very happy with her first putt either. Hopefully it's only the first of 2 putts, but that is in jeopardy.
Katrina Matthew. It's an outside chance of a birdie for the Rolex rank number 13 player. She could do with it.
Sit down.
Ooh, taxi.
Now, just a moment ago, this was Suzanne Pettersson with her eagle opportunity at 18. Remember, she eagled the 18th hole to win here back in 2007. And she very nearly did it again. And she has had some closing round, Suzanne. That's a tap-in birdie and a round of 66.
Birdie chance for Inbee at the back of the 13th green.
Plenty of left to right in this.
Oh, yes.
Oh, she's holed 2 great putts. I stood behind her on the 8th green when she holed a putt that moved considerably from left to right. Oh, to putt like Inbee Park.
Well, she's emerging out of the pack now as the one most likely with what's going on with Michelle Wie. This has to go in for Katrina Matthew. And that might be the end of her chances now. So that's going to take Katrina back to -10. Inbee has gone up to -12. And Anna is -14. And she's got another opportunity. We saw Katrina had a hot streak of her own earlier. Well, our leader has done pretty much exactly the same thing on the back 9. Under pressure, Michelle Wie was going to putt for eagle. Anna said, I'll put the birdie in first and put the pressure right on. And then she came to the 11th and put it to about 6 feet. And that went right in the middle as well. Another pump of the fist. And after a wonderful tee shot at 12, she was able to set up another birdie, standing up to the pressure simply superbly. Her caddy said that she's got to get comfortable with being uncomfortable in the lead, and she looks just that today in Thailand. Anna Nordqvist with her hot streak, and here she is for another birdie, and this to stretch the lead out again to 3 shots.
Oh, it was a very good try. Gave it every chance. So a tap-in par for Nordqvist will keep her at 14 under.
And significantly, Michelle Wie's putt coming up in just a moment to see whether she is still going to harbour any chance of winning. Lexi Thompson to complete a good up and down. She does that very nicely. In line for a big check, the 19-year-old. Stays at 4 under par for the day. She's 5 back from the lead.
Crucial par putt for Michelle Wie, the latter stages here in Thailand.
That might be all she wrote for Michelle.
Challenge is starting to slip through her fingers. She falls to 4 back behind Nordqvist, and she knows it. Showing signs of agitation. That second shot, just a wedge in the hand for Wie. Leaked it right and then faced a difficult putt after that.
Well, you heard what she called herself when she played that second shot, and she's probably thinking that word over and over again as she walks towards the 14th tee, and we take a look at this hole. 418 yards par 4, but importantly, Kate, they turn now and they have the wind at their backs.
Good driving hole, the 14th. It's a pretty expansive fairway, but it's all about the second shot in. It's very crucial, just as you get close to the green, and certainly where the hole is located today. You've got to get the distance just right, because there's a lot of dead ground. And there are it's playing underneath its par if you can dial it in correctly, but you've got the right side of the green is high and the left side is low. Very wide, shallow green, and it's all about getting it in that back left-hand corner. It's a really good hole, the 14th. They use it as one of the stats holes for the driving distances that the players record their distances during the week, 6 and 14.
And it's figured in the hardest 5 holes on the golf course in all 3 days prior to this. And the stats telling us on this Sunday that it is the 9th hardest hole. So the pressure's been eased off a little bit today. Inbee Park, driver. Wonder where this one will go.
Good solid contact by Inbee. Down the left-hand side a little bit, but should be fine. No, it's going to pick up the edge of the rough. Wind is behind them, but coming a little bit from their left.
Well, there is an uncharacteristic shot. Just sat down a little bit too. So it might be difficult for Inbee to get some control over that, and she's got those bunkers to come over as well, so not an easy second shot in.
Hard line to attack. Now, Anna Nordqvist looks like she's got the body language of somebody who could walk through a wall. Look at those piercing eyes.
Well, yesterday, Kate, she put it in the trees on the right-hand side here, but came up with a spectacular shot. But gosh, she looks confident. Good, solid contact from Anna, and just drifting a little bit to the right. It's got to miss the bunkers. It does, and that is going to be absolutely fine.
Same breeze as yesterday, Sandy, now that they've made the turn around and come back towards the clubhouse.
Yeah, definitely helping them, but just a little bit cross from the left-hand side. But yeah, it's nicer going this way than the other way.
Michelle Wee has steam coming out of her ear, so expect this to be long. Hopefully straight.
Well, it's good solid contact. That is being ripped down the left-hand side. Just picking up the rough down there, so they'll make it awkward as well for that left-hand pin.
Yeah, rough and a lot of leaves in that area. So Inbee and Michelle might have some sort of issues. Come back to that shortly.
Oh, I love watching them tee off on 15. Look at this, Lexi Thompson at 4 under today. It's a tantalising par 4, so enticing. Thompson's birdied 11, 10, 11 and 12 on her back 9. Couple of pars to follow. Gave that 110%.
I think she was calling it to sit down.
Oh, sit down, because I've just gone past the hole. How good is that drive?
It's going to stay on the right level. It might work its way back a bit as well.
274 yards it's playing today. They've moved the tee up at the weekend. Great idea. Love seeing players drive par 4s. Going to be a slippery putt, mind you.
It will. It's pretty straight. We had a look at that one this morning. It's pretty straight and then just tails away left to right as the ball begins to die. Lydia Ko, her longest measured drive so far this week was on Friday, 255 yards. Hole measuring 272. And pretty well, she's lived right up to those numbers. Putting it just underneath and giving herself a good chance of making birdie.
It's not quite as long as her playing partner, Lexi Thompson, who does have 3 years on her.
And this lady has a little more than 3 years on Lydia. It's interesting, and I'm sure
And Lexi.
Katrina's got a great sense of humour about it, and I'm sure she's aware of the fact that she's playing with a couple whose combined age is 35 years of age, 19 and 16.
Oh, tremendous shot from Matthew. Might use the backboard to run up just for a little bit and then come on, feed back down towards the hole. So don't rule Katrina Matthew out, because with such a wise head on her shoulders, she would have learned a great deal after stumbling down the 18th yesterday.
And the thing is too, it's a different hole today because they've got the tee forward at 479 yards, so it'll play a whole lot differently. And it'll be an advantage to the players who are chasing because of the nature of it. Here's Yanni with the birdie putt at 14. Bingo, right in the middle. Yanni moves it now to -9. A lot happening in the last hour, especially if your name is Anna Nordqvist. She made that birdie at 10, then knocked in another one at 11, and was starting to get that self-assured look that she's carried all the way through the week.
Fired up here on the tee at 12. 164 yards for Anna Nordqvist. Look at this superb shot, dialed right into the target.
And knocked it in for a third successive birdie. Inbee Park had a slippery one down the hill here at 13 for birdie to try and close the gap. And she did.
On the 14th hole, the Solheim Cup star from Europe, Katrina Matthew, was going like a steam train up until this point, was 7 under, but dropped her first shot of the day to bring her back to 6 under for the day.
And Michelle Wee, none too pleased with her approach, none too pleased with her first putt at 13. and then a bogey, has that ended her chances? She now finds herself 4 shots out of the lead. That brings you up to date with the events of the last hour or so and how important they have been. Inbee Park finds herself in sole possession of 2nd place. She is 2 shots back, and she's in the light rough here at 14. How's it lying, Sandy?
Yeah, I'm not crazy about it, but it's 165. She's going to go with an 8 iron. Now, this is a nice line. She's on the line of the ridge. It should kick left.
It's kicked on hard, though, so it's going to go all the way to the back. And that's going to be very slippery.
Stacey Lewis, her 3rd into 18, looking to fly it all the way there. And that's a great shot. And if you're going to be bold, you've got to be bold going past the pin on the left side of the pin from the player's perspective, because there's much more of a slope there that you'll feed back towards the hole.
What's the yardage for Anna here, Sandy?
157 yards for Anna. Going with a 7 iron. Now, she can carry this all the way to the flag, unlike Inbee. This is a really good-looking shot.
Is it what? She is impervious to pressure from what we've seen. Once they've made the turn, it's as if she's saying to them, well, come on, give me your best and I'll answer it.
Well, the new clubs certainly working their magic. This ball zeroes in on the flag once again.
That will be for a 4th birdie in 5 holes.
Been working with a new pro back in 2013, November, Jorge Parada, and it's certainly paying off. The swing changes she has made, such a tall, athletic player, and is longer this season. She is actually very short as a player, considering her athleticism.
Michelle Wee in amongst the rough and the leaves.
Just 131, but this is sitting down. This is not very nice at all.
So a commercial shot from Michelle, but again, she finds herself in 3-putt territory.
Sponsors invite this week, Titipa Suwanapura. Sponsor will feel very happy he invited her along. 4th shot into 18 and another very tidy pitch.
Well, it's tough, the 18th, no doubt about that, but at 479 yards, as we said, it presents the chasing pack with the opportunity of maybe trying to be brave, maybe throwing caution to the winds, and by the look of it, the way Anna Nordqvist is going, they're going to have to, because she could very well have a big lead coming up 18. I hasten to add, Area Jutanagan had a big lead coming up 18 last year, and we know what happened. So it's not over until the last putt is holed, but Anna Nordqvist giving every indication that her 3rd win on the LPGA Tour is just around the corner.
Slick putt for Lexi Thompson. Currently has a 5th place all to herself by virtue of those 3 excellent birdies to start the back 9. 4 under today, but 5 back from Nordqvist. Good putt. I did ask her today, how many golf shoes do you travel with to Asia? And I was actually quite surprised with the answer, because she seems to have a pair for every outfit. Just the 3.
3?
Yes. I mean, I saw a purple pair and a blue pair, and I thought there were at least a red pair somewhere, and there's certainly 3 pairs.
Up ahead at 18, Jarina Pillar, who's had a pretty handy final day. This is for a birdie. He's had a very handy final day. A round of 66 for Jarina, including an eagle at the 10th, and that has taken her a long way up. Now at -9, she ties Lexi Thompson in 5th place, so that's going to be a very big check.
Now, I don't want to tempt fate, Pete, but The 18th hole is all of a sudden playing an awful lot easier today. It is playing under its par. They have moved the tee forward, and it's, you know, the 15th hardest hole, so one of the easiest holes on the golf course. And we're not seeing many third shots spin off the green. But now, you know, the pressure builds.
The magnificent trophy in Thailand has some wonderful names on it already. Inbee Park is the defending champion, but Hyewon Ham won the first one at a different golf course, and then Suzanne Pedersen with that dramatic eagle. Lorena Ochoa is there. Aimi Azato is there. Yani Singh has her name on it twice, and it looks as though Anna Nordqvist may add her name. There's still a lot of golf to be played. Inbee Park from all the way at the back at 14. This is slippery. And it's also beautifully judged by the Rolex World #1. So she should stay at -12.
Eagle opportunity for Katrina Matthew. Oh.
Well, she didn't hit it where she wanted to.
No, because normally, if you think you're going to hit it over a player's mark, you'd ask them to move it. Could you see the look of disgust on her face as well? So you can see Lydia Ko stepping in very quickly. That was obviously her marker. And she'll know exactly what the ball does from there.
Good thing is, no real harm done. And Katrina should be able to make her birdie. 3-putt territory again for Michelle Wee at 14.
A little bit of a roller coaster, this one, up and over the hill and all the way down.
Needs to set.
Good birdie opportunity for Lydia Ko at 15. Just read that a little bit too much. Oh, the putts just aren't dropping for Ko today. She normally creeps up the leaderboard, always finds herself in contention, but once again, proving to be quite the competitor. We really are witnessing a true phenomenon in the game.
Michelle Wee looking to tidy up for her par at 14. Simply must go in here if she's to be any little chance. It's probably only a little chance at the moment. Good 2-putt from where she was. She's 4 back from the lead, and in a moment, Anna Nordqvist could make that 5.
Oh yes, good birdie from Katrina Matthew. So that brings her back to 11 under, 3 behind Nordqvist, but she's about to play the hardest hole on the golf course today, the 16th.
Yes, but it may be 4 behind Anna Nordqvist in a moment, because her second shot was superb. Nice. That is 4 birdies in 5 holes from Anna Nordqvist, standing up to the pressure in the most magnificent fashion. It's getting closer.
Good putt from Lexi Thompson gets her to double figures under par. 10 under, 5 under today. 4 birdies on the back 9 alone.
Inbee Park to tap in for her par and to remain within 3 shots of the lead again after Anna's been able to make her birdie. And the 2 players who are playing with Anna Nordqvist are watching her again disappear into the distance, but it's not over yet, don't forget. 15th is drivable, and you can make an eagle. You can certainly make an eagle here at 18 as well.
A nervy putt required for Titipas Suwanapora. What a shame. So, a good final round for Titipas Suwanapora. She was 3 under until that point. But a bogey to finish the final round slightly takes the gloss of what has been a good outing. And She should be proud of her achievements this week.
Closing birdie for Stacey Lewis, perhaps on a day that has been very productive, but a bit like Suzanne Petterson before her. She's left her run a bit too late. Frustrating day at the office yesterday for the former world #1, but she storms home with a 66 and finishes at -9.
And you know what? She's most probably going to finish in the top 10 again.
As she always does.
Hasn't finished outside of the top 10 since the US Open back in 2013.
Although there was a withdrawal in the Canadian Open last year where she played one round and had to withdraw through illness, but let's not dwell on that. Let's talk about the fact that she is the #3 player in the world, and she's shown us why here on Sunday. Lexi Thompson looking for the keys to that Honda record, $50,000 US worth of it. Tough today, 185, always tough, the last of the par 3s. 169 front, pin 16 on, 7 left. Lexi's not going anywhere near that.
She's going to putt to a different postcode from where she started. That is going to be a difficult putt. 19 years old now, Lexi Thompson.
Have a listen to that wonderful brogue of Vern Tess, Katrina's caddy.
There's an Irishman talking to a Scottish lady.
Yes.
Problem is he just doesn't shut up, does he?
He's had a few bags that he's been on.
I'm sure it goes in one ear and out the other with Katrina Matthew.
Yeah,
she knows enough about the game herself.
Done it all before, as evidenced by the score that she's carding today. 7 under for the day. That's also a fairway from the pin, but a good commercial shot by Katrina. Great to have your company wherever you're watching around the world. The Golf Channel in the United States. Big welcome to all of you down under through Fox Sports in Australia, right throughout Asia, various parts of Europe. Wonderful to have you along for the ride. And that one sweet ride behind Lydia Ko, well, she's never been able to think about playing for a car if she pops a hole in one until she turned pro recently. Now she can.
Just a little bit more, come on. There's a slope there, and I don't know if that will stay on, and that will run off onto the apron of the green. Can she drive a car yet, though? Has she got a license?
Well, that's a very good point.
What's the age in New Zealand?
I'm not sure, but I'm sure someone from that part of the world will tell us.
I'm sure they will.
Great galleries in on this Sunday. We mentioned they've been streaming in since early this morning, and it's going to be a fabulous atmosphere when they acclaim the champion at 18. Who knows, we might get to see some of the drama that we saw 12 months ago. Hopefully not for Anna Nordqvist, who looks as though she's going to come up that 18th hole with a pretty substantial lead. But we talked about the fact that the players can make an eagle on 15 because it's a drivable short par 4, and certainly with the tee forward at 18 today, the possibility of an eagle exists there. But the thing that Anna will be thinking is, well, if the possibility exists for everyone else, it exists for me as well. Maybe I can stretch the margin. That's the way she's going about things. 4 birdies on the back 9 so far. And she's a 2-time winner on the LPGA Tour, Anna Nordqvist. Both of those wins came back in 2009. She won a major championship, and then she won the tour ending, or the season ending tour championship. And she comes here with all of the pressure of having led almost from the outset, and she's been able to stand up to it. There was that little moment at 5 today where I'm sure even she was thinking, what's going to happen from here after she made double bogey? Well, what's happened is that she stood up and she has displayed to everyone that pressure is no longer a thing that she's worried about. She's got a new apparel sponsor. She's got new clubs in her bag. She's got a new love for the game. And In about an hour's time, she might have a cheque for $225,000 and her name on the trophy.
Great deal of money at stake this week, Pete, 1.5 million, and the difference between first and second is considerable. As you say, 225,000 for the winner, then you jump down to 139,000 for second place, and down to 101,000.
Now that is great to see, and we've mentioned that a couple of times. We couldn't see Anna laughing, but she was involved in a conversation with Duncan and Michelle on the tee, and they're keeping the mood light. There's going to be a few hold-ups along the way in, simply because the 15th tee has gone forward. But that is one thing that has been really noticeable about both Anna and Michelle this week, is their light-hearted nature out on the golf course, when both players have been known to be very serious and very stern at times.
You have to be. You're out there for at least 4.5 hours, nearly 5 hours. It's hard on your body and on your mental, emotional equilibrium to be that hard on yourself.
Sandy McKenzie has made her way down to 15, and I like the move that they've made here at 15, Sandy. It makes it a completely different hole.
Oh, it's a great move. I stood here and watched the group before, because there is a little bit of hold up, of course, and there's a lot of options. There's a lot of variations in what happens, and of course there's a bit of a weight back here on the tee, Pete, but when you say that they're relaxed and jovial, Anna did stand way down the back for quite some time on her own, and she's just sort of come down now and joined the party. But Michelle and caddies are all super relaxed here on the tee.
Yanni is trying to work the angles and work it back. It's not going to work back quite enough off that bank, so she's going to have a slippery one for her birdie putt. But good to see flashes of the greatness that we got so used to from Yanni Singh for a long time. 272 yards away. The lady who might etch her name alongside Yanni's name and Inbee Park's name on that trophy is waiting patiently.
It's Julieta Granado, which is great to see her playing well. Sustained injuries last year. Tear to the hip and a cyst on the shoulder really stopped her from realising her potential. But fit in 2014.
And she said that hip injury too was just not quite severe enough to have surgery on it.
Yes, it wasn't enough to stop her, prevent her from playing, but it was enough to irritate her swing and her performance.
Left herself underneath the hole, so that's a smart play.
Oh, Lexi Thompson, the hardest hole on the golf course today. Oh, putting from long, long range. Very much an outside chance of a birdie. So hard to judge the distance when you're putting from that far out.
So this long wait continues, and it's going to seem like an interminable wait for our last group, or more particular, one member of our last group. And this is where, as Christy Kerr lines up for her eagle putt from a difficult spot, her caddy, Gilly, becomes the amateur psychologist here. It's going to be a big thing for him to try and keep Anna relaxed. Yes,
Jason Gilroy, her caddy, and that's where they earn the 10% of the winnings, because it is so important. And it is Anna Nordqvist has struggled with the mental side of her game. Only 2 LPGA wins, but she started working with a man called Kent Lindell on the mental side of the game, and she said he has made such a difference, because last year she very nearly considered giving up.
Incredible when you looked at her record last year. She had a very good year. She finished 20th on the money list, but more about that in a moment. Here's Christy's eagle putt. She just wants to start it, get it going down the slope, and then close your eyes and hope for the best. It's not listening, but it did sit down, unlike Stacey Lewis's ball earlier, which rolled all the way off the green. Katrina Matthews, birdie opportunity at 16 to get into a share of second with Inbee Park.
Good try from Katrina Matthew. And it would be a tap-in par for a 3. And then a couple of birdieable holes to finish with in 17 and 18. She's 3 back from Nordqvist. I think the only thing she can hope for now is for Nordqvist to stumble and her to have to pick up at least 1 on 18. She's a 4-time winner on the LPGA, Caroline Masson.
And there's precious little indicator that Anna Nordqvist is going to stumble, but, and it is a big but, still 4 holes to go. Yanni, after missing the green left, trying to work the angles now with a birdie opportunity. And anyone who walks off with a 4 at this hole is going to feel as though they've made a bogey.
I thought Yanni was going to mount a very serious and significant challenge today. It's great to see her towards the top of the leaderboard. And her last win was back in the Kia Classic back in 2012.
Lydia Ko from just off the front fringe landed the ball on the green, rolled back, and that's a tidy approach putt. The 16-year-old won't have any difficulty in remaining at 1 over par for the day. 4 under. Remarkably, she finds herself 11 shots back. But just get used to hearing that name for decades to come. Back to 15.
A former US Open with a champion with a chance for birdie. She'll be kicking herself for a costly 3-putt, but it hasn't gone Kerr's way today.
Although it's been a bit better on the back 9, Kate. She went out in 40, and that was the opportunity of a 3rd birdie on the back 9, but you can tell from Christie's reaction she's none too pleased with her effort there. She made birdie at 12, birdie at 14, has to be content with just a 4 at 15. Julieta in line for a very big payday. Remember when she won that ADT championship in 2006? It came out of the blue and really put her into the consciousness of golf fans around the world.
She's just struggled a little bit since. Her mum has always been on the bag, who's a pretty handy 10 handicapper. Big putt. Oh, well played, well holed for Julieta Granada, known affectionately as Juli. 9 under through 15.
Well, let's take a look at 15. Generally plays up above the 300-yard mark, and as we take the trip on down from up above, that's the back tee that we come from, and that's the tee they're using, and that makes it 272, and that makes it a whole lot different.
I've seen a number of players drive the green or even go beyond the green. For the longer hitters, they certainly won't have any trouble in getting home and giving themselves a chance of an eagle on this par 4 15th. It's the easiest hole on the golf course today. Had 2 eagles already, a host of birdies. And with the pin located on the front tier, it is playing significantly easier.
Now, Anna Nordqvist has been standing there for a long, long time and has had plenty of time to think about this shot.
It has been a very long time with big deep breaths, and this is wide right.
We haven't seen too many over there.
No, Pete, it's been a long wait, and Anna's walked away a number of times, taken some really deep breaths, so I'm not quite sure what's going on inside, but...
Well, what looks like has happened on the swing here for Anna Nordqvist is that she has just let the club face open at impact, and that can happen when you're trying to hit the ball so hard. You know it's a par 4, you can reach the green, that you just swing that little bit too hard and your timing's out and the club face is open at impact.
Inbee drove the green yesterday.
Another factor here was that the breeze has picked up. Inbee is straight at it, but it's got to run.
Oh, it's chasing.
It's going to. Look at this.
This could be very good. That's an eagle putt for Inbee Park, who's 3 back from the lead. Anna's got her issues. Inbee's got a chance.
Angela Stanford and Brittany Lang, the other 2 players who have made eagle.
So you have to come from Texas if you're going to make eagle.
Well, South Korea might work too. Not the most orthodox swing of Inbee Park, but she, at impact, not much goes wrong at all.
Well, is the door slightly ajar for Michelle Wee? She doesn't need to take driver. It would be too much club for her.
I wonder what that little opening is going to do to these players.
How much she chases the ball. Oh. It's a really... I'm fascinated by the flight on her 3-wood. I mean, she punched that. It doesn't get off maybe 30 yards off the ground. It rolls for a long way.
Could be game on again. Inbee Park has got an eagle putt coming, and a Nordqvist has missed the green right, and not many have been over there. She's been tested a few times today, the lady from Sweden, the 26-year-old, and she's going to be tested here. The good thing is she's got the 3-shot buffer. Will it remain at 3? We're about to find out. Let's move to Jenny Shin on the tee at 18. 5:43 says our graphic, and that's what it was. But they're playing from the forward tee today, 479 yards, so it's reachable in 2 if you can position it well enough. Interesting to see just how Jenny Shin's ball is lying there, whether she has in fact found that first cut.
Good chance to check in with the world number 5, So-yeon Yu. Sit.
That's gone. Now the only question is, will it pull up before it goes off the green? And I think sadly the answer is going to be no. I've seen it all 100 times before over the years. How unlucky is that?
So close to being an excellent shot, but you just can't put too much spin with your third into the green. Need to be creative with your approaches.
It's an interesting way that she's played the hole there, Kate, with a third shot. She was a fair way back with her third, so I wonder whether she just got into trouble off the tee. She certainly has the length to get home in 2 or get pretty close to it. Sayri Pak, tee shot at the last. Sayri might have just jumped into that rough as well as Jenny Shin.
Yeah, I just put them in.
Well, this wonderful course has witnessed its share of dramatic moments in recent years. The triumph of Yani Seng, the brilliant eagle of Suzanne Pedersen back in 2007, Aimi Azato shooting lights out in the last round in 2010 to win, and Area Jutanagan's meltdown up the 18th last year. Are we going to see some more dramatic moments? It's all going to unfold over the next hour or so. Wonderful to have your company from the old course at the Siam Country Club in Pattaya, Thailand. We're at the 15th hole, and that is the golf ball of Michelle Wee, with one very large tree standing between herself and the pin.
Yes, I don't think I need to tell you the issues that Michelle has here.
No.
That tree is taking up a large area. Now she looks like she's going to play this a little bit right. She's played it out to the right of the green. Now I think
that was all she could do. Up and down required for Michelle Wee to, well, running out of holes now. Stay. Going to think that Anna Nordqvist. It's also got a difficult pitch though for Anna Nordqvist, coming out of a fluffy lie.
But we'll come back to that in a moment. Speaking of slightly fluffy lies, although the ball's sitting up okay, just on the first inch or so of the second cut. Lexi Thompson. Didn't like it much.
And the pin cut right, oh, and that will be why just right of the pin will get a great workout today, because it's a difficult pin, just 9 on and 5 from the right. A lot of swales just right of the green.
Hugely important shot for Anna Nordqvist now at 15.
Yeah, it's a fairly grassy lie. This is no snack because it brings the edge of the bunker into play. She has just flown over that. Oh, that's what she didn't want. She needed to land it another foot just on the edge.
But mind you, she's still there for 2. And, you know, up and down gives her a par. She still has a 3-shot lead over her nearest challenger, Inbee Park.
Yes, but the problem is Inbee Park's going to be putting for eagle in a moment. Katrina Matthew at 17, right over the top of the flagstick. Back to the action at 15. Michelle a fair bit below the level of the green. Sandy, we're looking at it now from the low camera, and that gives us a better indicator of the slope.
Yeah, she is. What she's got to be careful of here is that she doesn't hit this severe upslope and check it back too much. But the shot she played was the only option she had out of the bunker, so need to go up and down here, Michelle. Carried it plenty. Too much.
Wee finds herself struggling on a 15. A poor drive does not help matters. Had an impossible shot from the sand. Now a long-range putt for a par.
A long-range shot for So Yeon Yu, for someone who landed about 12 feet from the hole. And all of a sudden she's in the valley of sin.
Roll back.
Would want to. That is still going to be extremely fast, even though it's only about 7 or 8 feet. But this is where the main game is, and this is the main game right here with Inbee Park's eagle putt. Sandy, we were out there this morning and had a good look at all of the possible angles around 15. What's your read on this one?
Yeah, well, it's certainly going to go left to right. She's just coming downhill off that mound for a little bit, then it'll flatten out. But she is the absolute queen of putting, Inbee.
This to narrow the gap to 1.
Well, it'll be a tap in for Inbee Park to close that gap on Anna Nordqvist. Take her to 13 under. Remember, Nordqvist is 15 under, but off the green in 2.
There's still no certainty she's going to make her 4. And we'll come back to that shortly. Lexi got herself a flyer out of the rough, and you can see where she's aiming here. Now there is what effectively is a swale right through the middle of this green, and perhaps she's trying to use the contour to bring it off the backboard and bring it on around. And she's done that pretty cleverly.
Yeah, that's a smart play. Sometimes you just have to take your medicine, hope to hold a good putt, to walk away with a par. You try and be a bit too cute with some of these wedges around the greens, and you can find yourself back to where you were.
Well, coming from the opposite side, Sandy, the opposite break expected here for Anna.
Well, she's just up on this bit of the grassy bank. Now, the problem she's got here is the back of the bunker, so she's sitting up a little high. It's going to run quite quickly at the start. It's pretty much downhill all the way, and there is going to be plenty of right to left.
If it goes in, it's a bonus, but she has to get it stone dead.
It's too fast.
And it's got just enough curl on it on the way back to get her full attention. We mused about what the 15th might do and the changing nature of it when they decided to put the tee forward, and it looks as though it could have a big say in what's going to happen. Michelle Wee, you would have to think the win is out of the question now, but a lot of dollars at stake in the run to the house. This is quick. Unfortunately, it's going to be another bogey. Second one in 3 holes for the 24-year-old. And what that does at the moment is it leaves Lexi Thompson in sole possession of 4th place. Hopefully the wheels won't fall off, because it's been a very impressive display this week from Michelle Wee.
Very big putt now for Anna Nordqvist to remain at 15 under.
Sandy, we know it's going to go left to right. Is it one where she can't give the hole away, or does she just need to go left edge?
Oh, Pete, it's a fine line, but I really think left edge. She would be in fear if she gave the hole away. That, you know, it's just that distance where you just don't know. I think if she's right on left edge, she should be fine.
And the other thing too is she's got to hit it positively, and that gives the ball the possibility of taking a fair bit of the lip. Well done, good pressure putt. So her lead is reduced by 1, but it's still 2 shots, 3 to play.
Very makeable birdie putt for Caroline Masson. Oh, goodness me. It was practically kind of climbed out of the abyss and finds herself sandwiched amongst the world's best at the top of the leaderboard.
Caroline Masson has 3rd place by herself. Lexi Thompson has 4th place by herself, but it's 1 and 2 that we're concerned about at the moment. Anna Nordqvist, her 3-shot lead has been reduced to 2. Inbee Park, remember, didn't think that she was any chance of winning last year. She was just about to pack her bags and leave the golf course, and then she had to go and collect the trophy. Who knows? She might do it for a 2nd year running. Anna's going to have plenty to say about that in the next 40 minutes or so. Sayon, after being down in the valley, looking to tidy up with a closing par. It was a week that looked really promising for her at one stage, Kate. She got herself up into the lead at one stage on Friday.
And look at how she bookended her round. A 6 on the 1st and a 6 on the 18th. And in spite of that, it was still a round of 69.
Lexi Thompson can't make her par. So she drops back into a tie now with Jarina Pillar and Stacey Lewis, who are in the clubhouse. Julieta Granada and Michelle Wee, who are still on the golf course at -9. So that means we have a 5-way tie for 4th place at present. They don't need to worry about the win. Increasingly, it's down to a battle in 2, you would think. Unless Katrina can come up with some heroics at the final hole. Michelle Wee tumbling down now, even though she's in a tie for 4th, but she finds herself 6 shots out of the lead. Great round today from Na Yeon Choi. Shot 64 on the last day. Kari Webb is 73, Carolyn Headwell is 73. So of the top players, they were the ones who were most affected by poor scores. Mariaho Uribe also a round what she would have been hoping for better. 72, even par. Jennifer Johnson had a 77.
As the title sponsor of the Honda LPGA Thailand for 8 consecutive years, Honda is very pleased and honored to partner with Channel 7 to hold this special event. We are pleased to have players from the LPGA's official top 60 priority list once again take part in the tournament. They always receive a warm welcome from Thai golf fans, and the Honda LPGA Thailand is one of the international tournaments that players wait to join. As part of our corporate vision, Honda would like to be a company that society wants to exist. We are very proud that Honda LPGA helps to boost interest in ladies professional golf in Thailand and serves as a platform for the development of young Thai golfers so they can show their outstanding potential in this tournament.
Hiroshi Kobayashi from Honda, and our thanks to everyone at Honda for their great support. And according to Commissioner Mike Wan, hopefully you can book your tickets for next year. Inbee Park, 2 back on the tee at 16.
This is a 5-iron for Inbee.
And it's a good one. Just taking that slope and just sending the ball another 5 or 6 feet away from the hole. It's always tough, Kate, when we get into this stretch. 185 yards the 16th, and it's a very testing par 3 as we get into this daunting closing stretch.
The most testing hole out here today, ranked the hardest hole on the golf course. Need to fly it directly over those 2 greenside bunkers to get close to the hole today. 16 on and 7 from the left. We have seen a number of players come up shy and also come up wide, as it's a very narrow landing area. But it's that narrow landing area that you need to be on in order to give yourself a chance of a makeable birdie putt. A lot of players, 185 yards going in with their hybrids. We saw Lydia Ko, the longer players like Lexi Thompson, and, well, certainly Anna Nordqvist, maybe a 5-iron.
This is with 5-iron, a distinctly strong cross breeze, just to the right of the flag. It should be on the right level.
Solid shot from Nordqvist. That was brave.
That's a good answer. Michelle Wee is the last person with the opportunity of winning the magnificent Honda Accord. What a beautiful car it is, $50,000 US worth, and it's got all the looks and the style of a brilliant motor car. Great to drive, comfortable to drive, safe to drive, and it's been admired by everyone as they've made their way past the 16th. 8-way electrically adjustable driver's memory seat, the highest levels of riding comfort, style and technical sophistication. And after that big build-up, hopefully Michelle Wee can get her hands on the keys.
That's with 6-iron, and this is a closer shot. This is really good, just to the right of the flag, won't be far away.
What a shot!
As good as we've seen all week at 16. You wouldn't know it from the look on Michelle's face. Game face has gone back on.
It's been a real power showdown, in particular between Wee and Nordqvist off the tee with their booming drives.
Caroline Masson and Mina Lee are the only 2 people who've been able to make 2 at 16, and we might see another couple. Katrina driving at the last.
She will have learned a great deal from yesterday. She finished with a double bogey on the 18th. In spite of that, she did still shoot around a 65. But it's unlikely she'll make the same mistake again.
Kate mentioned the prize money before, $225,000 to the winner. Best part of $140,000 for second, around about $101,000 for third. And Katrina Matthew at present is looking at that $101,000 check. Lydia Ko's not going to collect quite as much as that, but at least she'll collect something, which is different in her life of recent times, now that she's joined the pro ranks.
Collected more than that as an amateur. Would have done.
She's done well, got it back onto the fairway. So the battle still rages on. Anna Nordqvist just wishing that the clubhouse would hurry up and come towards her, but she's got to get through all of the steps first. She's given herself a great chance of making a birdie at 16, but the chaser is the world #1. The steely eyes of Inbee Park. Her length is not her greatest asset. She's got a par 5 to come. Is she going to be able to add her name to the trophy for a second time after her victory last year? This would be a bonus if this one goes in from long range. Everyone's been coming up short, and Inbee's going to be no exception. So a par, the best she can hope for, and Anna Nordqvist might be able to come up with that birdie and stretch the lead out to 3 again.
Pete, we were down at that same spot this morning rolling balls, and I was surprised at how straight it ran, and I think that's what gets everybody. It looks like it's going to dive right to left.
Couple of makeable putts coming up though for Anna, and Michelle, Sandy.
Yeah, they're both just a tiny bit further around, and once you move around a little bit, they're going to have a little bit more right to left, but there's not a lot in it. It's going to be all about the pace they hit it at.
You're seeing it close up. We're seeing a lot of Anna, but you're seeing her every step of the way. What's your impression of the way that she is handling this immense pressure that she's under?
Look, I think obviously inside, you know, there's got to be nerves and a little bit of stress, because just when I saw her taking the big deep breaths, you know, waiting on the 15th tee. However, she is still a way more relaxed person. I think her golf is in such a good place at the moment. She's got to be playing with confidence.
This putt for birdie, and again, a 3-shot lead with 2 to play. She has been magnificent.
Well, surely that is the nail in the coffin to the other players, unless they can produce some scintillating fireworks. Eagles at the 18th will be demanded from her nearest challengers, because what a 2 on the hardest hole on the golf course.
Only 2 other players have been able to make their 2 all day. And then our leader does it. And Michelle might do it as well, but it's not going to mean as much to her. In dollar terms, it could. To break out of a 5-way tie for 4th and take outright 4th place. Not even polite applause. I think the gallery's starting to feel a little bit for Michelle Wee and what's happening.
I get everybody to take 4 good steps backwards.
Rules official Brad Alexander out there with Lexi Thompson, who is in all sorts of trouble at 18.
So you drop it within this and then see where it comes.
Just have to work out where that is. It looks as though it's off to the right-hand side of 18, but
yes,
we will work that out when we come back there.
The 2-putt from Inbee Park keeps her at 13 under, but she now finds herself 3 behind the leader in this final round, Anna Nordqvist, as they move on to the 17th tee.
And Sayri Park moves to 18 and putts for birdie. There aren't many relatively straight putts on this green, and Sayri had one of them, but it does just trail away at the last. 72 promised a lot. 36-36 the split for the great champion. So 2 holes to play. Anna looks comfortable. She's got that 3-shot cushion. She'll take the driver off the tee more than likely here at 17. And she won't need to get it down as far as the stream. She probably won't be looking at getting anywhere near that. Safety is the key now when you've got the 3-shot lead. But the pin today is 9 on 5 from the right, and it requires, Kate, a very precise second shot.
Oh, it certainly does, because you leak anything right of the pin and it will just funnel off into the swale, and you're facing with a very difficult chip up, because there's not a great deal of green to work with. So you can see a good illustration there is just right of where the hole is located. A lot of dead ground.
Yesterday, Anna put her tee shot down the right-hand side here at 17. Now, she leaves the driver in the bag just for extra safety.
Good solid contact by Anna. Just heading out to the right though again today. It's fairly wide, but it'll be okay.
About the same as yesterday, Sandy. That's where she was.
Yeah, nearly exactly the same spot, but with this front pin today, a totally different angle into the pin.
Well, she can play what we often term commercial golf, Kate, from here, and makes someone do something spectacular.
Yep, pars in for Anna Nordqvist. It'd be hard for anybody really to challenge her. Inbee Park, 3 behind, would need a birdie and an eagle. But we haven't played the 18th hole yet.
It's good contact by Inbee. Again, this is going down the right-hand side, following Anna. I'm actually quite stumped by the distance that Anna Nordqvist has picked up this year. That has made the dramatic difference to her game.
Well, we were talking, Sandy, about her stats and where she is in the driving distances, and she averaged about 244 yards, put her 89th in driving distance. She's picked up plenty.
Now, low ball flight by Michelle Wee. She's like a bullet down this fairway.
She does hit that 3-wood just so low. You've talked about it before, Kate.
Yes, it's not the flight on the ball that you would expect. It's as if she's playing into a gale. Incredibly low. It'll serve her well around the links golf courses in Scotland.
Well, a lot of the television cables are running along that side because our TV compound is further down to the right of your picture there. And so Lexi has had a drop.
Well, we hope that that has come up short of that bunker, which is a horrible spot to be in. So Thompson weaves her way through the crowds on 18 to get back on the short and narrow. That's round of 4 under today. She finds herself 9 under in her campaign here in Thailand.
I stepped it out from the start of that cross bunker this morning. It is, well, it was exactly 100 paces for me to get from the start of the cross bunker up to the pin. Katrina Matthew avoiding all the trouble, getting it on to perhaps the middle level. No, it's going to be on the front level, so that's going to be interesting.
Gosh, you could have done with that yesterday.
Yes, yeah, that's where the pin was. Gee, you'd almost think about chipping that. The greenkeepers might not like it. The crowd at the last waiting to see what drama is going to unfold in 2014. Is it going to be shades of 12 months ago? Well, Anna Nordqvist is hoping not. Great spot to watch the golf. It's been such a dramatic hole in the time that this event has been played here. Anna Nordqvist looking comfortable at the moment, though. Has fired off a good drive on 17, and she's not that far away from her 3rd career win. Great viewing area around the 18th, not only for the corporates who are lucky enough to have some refreshments as well, but up behind 18, Kate.
Oh, it's a really great tented village. There is a hive of activities to do as well while you're here. You can hit balls, practice your putting. Yeah, it's good refreshments. Certainly a very sociable day out at the golf should you venture to Siam Country Club.
Kun Chai and everyone at the club has been as hospitable as always.
Ah, the wonderful Kun Chai.
Well, he's already
host.
He sent you up a little note before. I don't know whether you've seen it, to remind you about the traditional glass of champagne at the
I'll be
end
there.
of the day.
Yeah, I tend not to miss out on those.
And so will the winner be up there as well. And at this stage, it looks as though it's going to be Anna Nordqvist. She's taken the first step with her drive at 17, but it's a very difficult second shot in. And that breeze just a little fluky there, you could see at 18, because for the most part you would think that it's going to be behind you, but it almost seems to be coming from the players left and maybe even into them a touch. So perhaps that's the reason why we've seen a few players a little way back.
I still think that the players still haven't quite worked out exactly how to play the 18th. So many different options are presented. And even when you think you've got it just right, you could still come unstuck.
Plenty of media from around the world, as well as Channel 7 here in Thailand. Wow Wow in Japan. Our friends are with us this week. Some critical moments have occurred in the last hour towards the decision of this title. Katrina Matthew at 15, the drivable par 4 of 272 yards, came up with a beauty. She gave herself an eagle opportunity, had to be content with the birdie, but it still keeps her very much in line for a top 3 finish at the moment. She sits in 3rd place.
On the 14th hole, Anna Nordqvist got off to a glittering start on the back 9, birdies on 10, 11, 12. Here she is on 14, her second shot. How good was this? Arrowed her approach close to the pin and made a birdie, and that moved her to 14 under par.
Inbee Park knows that she's going to have to do everything right, and she did that. At 15, she simply had to drive the green. Not known for her length, but she's known for her precision. Knocked it on to within eagle range. Had to be content with the birdie, but got one closer.
The 16th hole has been the hardest hole on the golf course today, but not for Anna Nordqvist. A superb tee shot to here. And the birdie putt, well, it was never not going in. Emotional equilibrium is on fire. Superb play by Anna Nordqvist to extend her lead at the top to 16 under, 3 clear of Inbee Park.
And if Inbee is going to win, this has to be in birdie range. And by her reaction, it's not going to be close enough. So now, no need for heroics whatsoever for Anna Nordqvist. Come back to the second shots at 17 in a moment. That is the ball of Lexi Thompson in that cross bunker. Long, long way to the pin, even if you had a normal stance. Well, that's about as good as she could have hoped for from there. It's going to be a very difficult putt, but she's made the best of a bad situation.
Anna Nordqvist from the right side of the fairway, playing her approach into 7. Remember, the pin is front right.
And what you can do here at 17 is you can use the swale to the left of the pin and feed it on back. And that's what Anna is trying to do.
What a great shot from Anna Nordqvist.
Down and down it comes.
Play.
Getting closer by the minute, up to about 10 feet. And with Inbee Park off the green, it's getting closer. Michelle's second at the penultimate hole. She's trying to do the same thing. And would you believe it, it's hung up on the bank. She's not going to be able to believe that that is hanging up there. Saying to Duncan, how can that be the case? So then, Katrina, with a lot of dollars at stake, is on the first of 3 distinct levels. So she's got to putt down through the depression, which is about 7 or 8 feet in front of her. Now there is a wonderful angle of what she faces. She may even have to putt this off the green to think about getting it close. Oohs and ahs go up from the crowd. And that is the problem. Once you take it off the green, it may be off the green again in a moment, unfortunately. Such are the vagaries of the 18th at the old course. It's trying to stop. And it has. Might have just caught the edge of a pitch mark there. Sandy McKenzie has come back into the box. We've seen this a few times over the years right here.
Oh, yes, it's always been entertaining, bit of carnage, exciting. It's all happened on this 18th green.
And I said before Katrina played the shot, I wonder whether she contemplated chipping it. I know the greenkeepers don't like it, but from there, it's certainly an option.
Oh, it is an option, Pete. Inbee now just shy of the green, just on this right-hand side. It'll run right to left once it lands. Decent swing on these greens.
So the best Inbee can hope for is a par, and Anna's got a chance of her birdie. And if the birdie falls, then she will come up the last with a 4-shot lead. Take 2 for Katrina. Not too bad, can still make her par.
It's such a tough pin, that back left. It's a small area, and the severity of the slope, and once you miss, you know, you get off the wrong spot, well, you're just absolutely gone. Absolutely treacherous.
If Michelle's any chance of finishing third, Sandy, this has got to go in, because Katrina's not stone dead for her par, and Michelle is 2 back from Katrina as it stands at present.
Yeah, it's a shame, because, you know, with the eagle on the 10th hole, and then she's had 2 bogeys since then, it just made a couple of errors of judgment. But, gee, I've been impressed with Michelle Wie this week. Her golf has been solid. It's not been as erratic as we have seen in the last couple of years. She really nearly lost total control of the driver, and then the putting was an issue. But both those things now are working very well for her, and gee, it's exciting to have her in the mix.
And add one other thing too, we've talked about it a lot, her demeanour on the course this week has been very impressive. She's left a few short.
Yeah, and there's plenty of break in that. She never actually hit it high enough in the first place, and it does run downhill, so just a putt without too much conviction there. And she knows it. You know, and she knows she's blown this in this last 5 holes. She's made some mistakes, and she was right on the hammer of Anna Nordqvist, but I can't tell you how impressed I am with the transformation, nearly, of Anna Nordqvist. We spoke a lot. We used to watch her a lot and say, gosh, for a girl so tall, she really was a very average distance hitter, and the longer players really left her for dead. Well, that is just not the case anymore. But and she's always had that ability to knock the flagstick out and go incredibly low. But it is a new look, fitter, relaxed Anna Nordqvist who's enjoying a golf.
She shot one very low round in Australia last week, but surrounded it with 3 fairly ordinary scores. But there's been no suggestion of that from the time that she shot 66 on the opening day. This would almost turn the key in the lock for birdie at the second last hole.
That's okay. I mean, it's a pretty big swing there. A hard one to judge, but it'll be a par. But I mean, and she hasn't tried to protect her lead in any way. She has put the foot down and is now virtually powering away from the field.
And I think she's going to be just as proud of herself, the way that she's been able to handle the pressure, even apart from the way she's played. Put that aside for a moment, because that was the question mark. Michelle taps in for her par, remains at -9. Katrina Matthew will have a putt for par shortly on the 18th. So Anna Nordqvist is going to head to the final hole with an advantage of 3 shots over Inbee Park. Area Jutanagan went to the 72nd tee last year with an advantage of 2, and then the drama unfolded. What will happen in 2014? That question is about to be answered at the old course at the Siam Country Club. Anna Nordqvist is 1 hole away from her 3rd victory on the LPGA Tour. Lexi Thompson, after that great recovery shot from the bunker. Now, we believe her drop was a free drop, so this is for birdie, and that is very good distance control. And Lexi should be able to come up with her par at the last, and that would be a very pleasing closing round of 68. Sandy, you've got to think the number of short putts that we saw Lexi miss over the first couple of days. If she gets that putter working, she's going to be in contention for the win a lot.
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, she's an incredible talent. Very exciting, very aggressive, and already a 3-time winner. Now, Katrina Matthew.
How about that for a weekend? 65-65.
It's different to the end of the week, isn't it?
Wow.
Very strong, and who would have thought after Friday that she would have been anywhere near being in contention over the weekend?
Well, she shot 76 on the opening day. It's for a par for the 19-year-old. This to remain in a 5-way tie for 4th. A good week for Lexi Thompson. Another very satisfying finish. Excellent closing round of 68. And so there are now just 6 players on the golf course.
Huh? Had it going for a while. Oh, no.
Anna Nordqvist has not tasted that winning feeling, that successful feeling, since 2009 when she won twice. She won a major championship and she won the season-ending tour championship. She's been close a few times since then. She's only ever missed 7 cuts in her LPGA career, and it's 96 events since that victory in the Tour Championship of 2009. But the victory is now just 1 hole away for the Swede. And that hole is the 18th, and it measures 479 yards. The tee moved up from where we see it there, a bit further up, and so the chance is that they can make it there in 2.
Yes, there's a big difference with this tee forward. If you can get it over that left bunker, bomb it down there, you'll get a decent kick and get the fairway down, puts you in range. Now, the shorter hitters will actually probably lay up short of that bunker there on the right. But the difficulty, it is all about the severity of this green. It's long, it's narrow, there's a high front, a low middle that slopes severely to the left and down the bank, and then the plateau back right. And from the fairway, you see next to nothing. Just got to get the first part of the equation on the fairway.
And that is a great sign to see her bend down and pick the tee straight up, and that's just what she wanted. Now, I wonder what the decision will be. Do you go for it in 2 or do you just lay it up? Surely it's a layup. Surely. We had this same discussion 12 months ago.
You're so safe, Pete.
And you know what happened last year?
Yeah, but that was a very young player. It's all right, but it depends where you are on this fairway. Now, Inbee. Well, we know Inbee hardly ever misses a fairway, so we would expect her just to put one over that bunker. Yeah, that's beautiful. Again, in the centre of the fairway. It is a big fairway to hit. If you miss this fairway, you really have hit the ball quite wide.
We know there won't be anything held back on this. Well, she's already come up with a drive today that measured in excess of 300 yards. She's going to be looking at the trees and the bunker on the corner. Probably not even see them with her ball flight, and just blow it straight over the top.
Ooh. A lot of bulls in that crowd.
No.
It's because it's a bit high, but it's
They'll
going to
be
kick out.
now.
They'll be oohing now when they see where it's gone. I mean, she just puts herself in range, close range so often. It's huge. And she just still blows me away with the height and the carry. And considering, you know, we were saying 2 years ago with her driver, Michelle couldn't hit a barn door. She was having so much trouble with it. It was all over the shop. And she has beautiful control of it.
The pin this year, 32 paces on and 5 from the left-hand side. And last year, it was practically in exactly the same spot. And last year, with the different coloured flagstick, Yellow and black, but that's about the only difference. Very similar pin placement. We all know what transpired, but it was about the green last year, but it was about what happened in the lead up to the green with Area Jutanagan as well. And Anna's got one shot more of a buffer than Area had when she made this walk up to her second shot.
I think from Anna's point of view, she has the two options here. She can lay it up and just play it safe and then just go with the wedge and try and get it to the back plateau and just play a safe 5 if she can. Or if she's going to have a go at the green, she's got to stay on the right-hand side of the green.
Yeah.
Anywhere up there where she's got a clear chip up to the back plateau. I mean, it's tough whichever way you look at it around this course, around this hole in particular. This green is so dramatic.
And the other way of looking at it too, Sandy, is if she plays a layup shot, she's going to have a wedge in her hand. Remember what Jason Hamilton said to Yani Seng when she was about to play her third shot here 2 years ago. Don't spin it too much off the top level. She hit it beyond the flag and it spun down and nearly went in the hole. But you can't land it beside the flag with a wedge and spin it because you could be off the green.
And we've seen that time and time again here this week with some of the pin placements where, you know, the greens are running beautifully. They are slippery and they're quick and the ball's been grabbing, but because of the check and the spin they've had on it, they've spun down some horrendous slopes. And there's none more severe than this 18th.
Christy Kerr needing a par at the last, getting the last-minute advice from new caddy Mark Wershing. She needs a par at the last for a round of 75, unfortunately. And it all unfolded pretty badly early on. Well, let's just see if we can swing one around the tree.
She's just going to bunt that through and hope it gets the kicks around. And that's a pretty smart play from Christy. Just punch it through that gap. She didn't want it. There was no way she'd have a go at the pin because it was at the wrong angle and it would spin off to the left. But that's okay. She couldn't do a lot more. The tree was dead in her line there.
Great welcome for the players, including Yani Seng.
From Paraguay, please welcome Juliana Granada.
It's had some week, Julieta.
Finally, please welcome a player from Miami, Florida, Christy Kerr.
And one of the most durable characters on the tour. She's got a remarkable record, Christy Kerr. You were talking about her record of cuts made compared to events played. We'll come back to that in a moment. Inbee just laying it up, not close enough. So you'd almost have to think that Inbee is thinking the wind's out of the question here.
Inbee has put up a really great fight. She's been right on Anna's hammer all the way. Now look at this swing. It's amazing, isn't it? The club points directly up. That doesn't go anywhere near becoming horizontal. Very short swing. It's a very up and down swing. But she's able to repeat it time and time again. Now this is the moment for Anna. She is going to lay up. It is a smart. Of course, it's a smart move. She has the shots up her sleeve. She just has to play this safe. That'll do.
Yep, perfect.
Good angle too coming there because she's sort of trying to come at an angle straight out instead of getting the cross swing on this green coming from the right-hand side. It even becomes a bit more tricky, but big hollow to contend with in the middle of this green.
And Christy Kerr has got herself beyond that hollow and now has her fourth shot. Very clever.
That's nice from the very experienced. But yeah, Pete, we were talking about the fact that Christy Kerr has played 405 events. She has made 141 top 10s. Now that is more than a third of every event she plays in. She's been the top 10. That's extraordinary.
And that's part of the reason that she's won in excess of $15 million in her career. 16 career victories. Not the happiest of Sundays in Thailand for Christy Kerr, but she's in a good space with her life at present. New caddy Mark Wershing on the bag says that he's really confident about the partnership that they're going to have going.
Yeah, he's really looking forward to it.
Anna just standing there waiting to get it all over and done with, not daring to think about her victory speech yet, but it's going to happen because she's been magnificent from the word go. Just the one moment of doubt, it came after this. She'd made 3 pars, then she got to the 4th, nearly put it in the hole of the 4th and got a birdie, and her only moment of doubt was here.
The 5th hole, Mr. Green fluffed that, put it straight in the bunker. Now she was in trouble because there's a big fall away at the back of this green where the pin is, down the slope, and it goes rushing past the flag. So now she's sitting there for 4. And oh, I wonder what she was feeling at that stage, watching that ball trickle away off the back of the green.
But it didn't take long to get things back on track. Watch her reaction here after this birdie at 7. Knowing the importance of that moment. And we talked at the time about it turning her confidence around.
Well, confidence, look at this. This is the 10th hole. She made eagle here yesterday. Fantastic long-range putt, but it wasn't to be the only one.
And it was such a decisive stretch to 6 feet on 11, back-to-back birdies, and now they just kept on coming.
They certainly did, and this shot at the 12th, I mean, this was brave. She was going straight at the flag nearly all day, and there were some tight pins, but look at that, she's putting herself so close time and time again, so her iron play has been nothing short of spectacular.
That was 3 birdies in a row, and then at 14, another wonderful approach, set up a 4th birdie in 5 holes. And rather than being intimidated by the pressure, it seemed as though she was relishing it.
Well, then we go to the toughest hole on the golf course. Spectacular ironing again, but look at this, just a confident roll straight in the front door. It's another birdie, and oh, she was putting the foot down at this stage.
And putting the foot down all the way to victory, it would seem. Anna Nordqvist about to play her 3rd shot at the final hole, maybe thinking about what she might say when she gets the trophy. A 3rd trophy in her career, a first since 2009. The closing stages coming up from the old course in a moment. And there's a bit of a wait because there is some putting action going on. Great to see Yani Singh finding some of the old form, and this one is for eagle. This one will come from her left.
Well, we put the brakes on. I'm stunned that ball's actually stayed there.
Yeah. They don't very often.
No, you couldn't place it there and have it stay on that spot. That was quite extraordinary, but a little bit of work to do for the birdie now for Yani. But it's been a great effort by her regardless. It's been good, solid stuff. Plenty of birdies. It's looking more like the Yani of old, and hopefully she has turned that corner, and confidence is starting to boom a little bit. She's such a great player, and you want her in the mix. It's just too talented not to have her there.
By the way, we saw Lexi Thompson and Katrina Matthew finishing out before. Lydia Ko was playing with them. She made a bogey at the last for a round of 74, and Lydia finished at -3. Very good week from this young lady. Not even in the top 100 in the world, Julieta Granada, but she's played like she is.
Very solid stuff, going about her business, made very few mistakes. This is quick, big swing right to left. It doesn't look like it's going to get there, but it will just. that was really good because, gee, we stood back there rolling some balls, and that's scary.
Well, I don't think she was actually trying to get the ball to turn. I think she was trying to create a bit of breeze to blow it down to the hole. 69 to close for Julieta. Well done. Some great names on that trophy from the time that Hee-Won Han won the first one. Suzanne Pedersen, Lorena Ochoa, Ai Miyazato, Yanni Singh twice, Inbee Park last year. And now it's going to be Anna Nordqvist who accepts that wonderfully unique Honda LPGA trophy and the $225,000 that goes along with it. But not just yet.
Yeah, she's got to stand there and just wait, Anna, while Yanni has this for birdie. And it's an important putt for Yanni. Takes it to -9. Well done, Yanni. It is a good performance from her. -10, so that's a big move from her.
We'll confirm that. That will probably take her to -9, I would think, but that should be a birdie at the last for Yanni Singh. All right, the way is now clear. Michelle Wee has had to wait a long time because both Inbee and Anna have laid up, and Michelle's going to do what Michelle normally does. That is load it up.
Cause a bit of entertainment as well.
Can she get it all the way to the back tier? Line is good off the club. Is it going a little right? That's okay from there.
It's okay. There's a fair bit of rough. It's very smooth out there on that fringe of that green, so it's not too bad. It will be quick, of course, but she's got to cover the fringe, and then she hits a very, very lightning fast part of the green. But sitting up there for 2.
It's been such an impressive display in all sorts of ways. Not only the figure that she's going to sign for at the end of the week, but talk so many times about the difference that we're seeing in Anna Nordqvist. For so long we've known her ability to shoot low scores, but the question mark that we had all the way through the week, and we've talked about it, was after that 66 on Friday, can she keep it going? Well, the answer has been an emphatic yes. Inbee with second spot safely in her keeping, you would think.
Now it is. Nice shot by Inbee Park. Right at the flag. Landed softly too, which was great.
So that to take her to 14 under. And what Anna wouldn't give for something similar. And I think her caddy, Jason Gilroy, will be saying much the same thing. The words coming from Gilly will be very similar to the words of Jason Hamilton a couple of years ago. Not too much spin, just get it up there. And maybe the other thing that he might say is no time for heroics. Do what you've been doing.
No, what she's got to avoid is anything that may have her end up down that big left-hand gully. And that would be not giving it enough to get up the slope. Just keeping it a little bit right.
It's a big moment for Anna and a big moment for her fellow players as well. Sandra Gal amongst them, getting out to watch it firsthand.
Couple of deep breaths.
Try and keep the pressure out of the hands. It's what the pros talk about in this situation. Her heart must be just thumping. Oh, that's safe.
That's good. That's all she needed to do, because honestly, you know, walking around with her, she was taking some big deep breaths, so she's feeling it.
Please welcome Michelle Wee.
That's very good.
And now the defending champion this week from South Korea, please welcome Inbee Park.
And the walk that every golfer dreams about.
And now the tournament leader at 16 under par from Sweden, please welcome Anna Nordqvist.
And it would be a really popular victory, I think, amongst the players as well, because they've seen this player for many years now. They saw her back in 2009 win twice, and think that they would have been seeing her holding up many more trophies in the interim. But they know of her abilities to shoot low scores, and possibly many of them know about her struggles last year, when on paper at least it appeared as though she was having a very good year, and yet she contemplated giving the game away.
Yeah, but I really think the changes that she has made to her game, her swing, her equipment, the whole thing has given her the length that she really should have had before. We'll watch Michelle Wie, third shot. It's slope right to left here. That's tidy.
That's a very important putt in dollar terms. If she can hold that, she can finish in outright fourth spot. At the moment, she's in a six-way tie for fourth. Now, there will be plenty of swing on this, but she's got a few to play with, and she's got to be assuming that Inbee is going to make hers. That being the case, if Inbee makes 4, Anna can afford to make 6.
It is a nice position to be in at this stage, but she'll just be relieved when this putt is out of the way. It's downhill, it's a big right to left swing, anything with a tiny bit too much pace on it, and we're at their rolling balls this morning and they just go. You can end up pitching again. But I'm sure they'll be making sure that doesn't happen.
Just get it close. That's all that's required.
That's okay.
Not stone dead, but that'll be good enough. She's got 2 putts from there if Inbee holds hers.
The only thing that could have gone wrong there was if she put too much pace on the ball.
Yep.
Yeah, now she can afford a little smile.
Yeah, they pay you exactly the same for a one-shot win as they do for a 10.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, but a big moment for Anna Nordqvist. It's a real turning point of her career, I think.
We'd have to think that this is going to springboard her to other wins, and it's not an easy thing to do, winning. A lot try and very few are successful at it.
Well, confidence-wise too, Pete, because, I mean, she's a real adrenaline player.
Yeah.
Just give her the confidence that she can do it time and time again.
Although here's one who is used to winning. Left to right, Inbee Park for birdie at the final hole to get it to 14 under.
There's a bit of pace on there. It was like it caught the hole. But gave it a go.
Just a little sigh from Anna Nordqvist, I think. That gives me one more to play with. Meantime, it's going to be Michelle Wie with this putt for outright fourth. We've talked about the little stumbles on the way in. She's been the first to recognise that with the way she described herself with her approach shot into 13 early on. But this is still for a round of 69. It's been an impressive week from Michelle Wie. And a 10 under par total is going to be enough for her to take outright fourth place. Inbee Park will take second and has defended so well. Closing round of 66. You can't ask much more than that, and not a blemish on the card. So the way is now clear, fittingly, for the champion in waiting.
Wow, she has been just so impressive from the word go this week. She hasn't really faltered, and when she has got into a little bit of trouble, she's got out of it so well, but it has been just an exceptional performance by Anna Nordqvist. It's a moment she's been waiting quite a few years for.
2009 Tour Championship was her last victory. This is her 96th event since then. And a little look at Gillian saying,
oops.
Well, the crowd might be oohing and ahhing, and I would have loved to have put it in, but in the scheme of things, it's not going to matter. Written on her wristband are the words in Latin, Carpe Diem, seize the day. She's got new clubs, new clothing, a new fitness regimen, a newfound love of golf, and now she's got a new trophy.
Uh-oh, here it comes.
It will be a popular win amongst her fellow pros.
Well done, well played.
Yeah, indeed. Because that's the first time that she's really been able to release the pressure valve. And I think the bloke who's standing beside her might be getting some special thanks as well.
Yes, I think he may have nursed her through a little bit through some, you know, times where it gets a little tense out there, but turning into a good combination.
Well, I'm sure that even in her own mind, she might have had a few doubts when she had that double bogey at the 5th hole. But what about the back 9? A bogey at the last, but it doesn't matter. Just forget about that. The birdies at 10, 11, 12, 14 and 16.
That's extraordinary. The pressure was on at that point, especially as Michelle Wee had made that eagle on 10. And that would have really set her back a little bit. But boy, she just went from strength to strength, Anna Nordqvist. We'll forgive her for finishing with a 6 on the last.
That's relief. Gilly says well done. So does everyone else. And that 3rd victory, that long-awaited 3rd victory, is now finally hers. The 26-year-old is the victor in Thailand. And look out. You know what's coming, Anna. Be careful. At least it's only water these days. There are the current standings after this tournament for the race to the CME Globe, and Anna Nordqvist takes a giant step up now. She gets up to 526 points, which means she is just 61 points behind Jess Corder. It's Corder, Webb, Lewis and Nordqvist. And it's a cheque for $225,000 and the trophy about to be presented to the 26-year-old from Sweden in Thailand. That's coming up in a moment. We're going to talk a lot about Anna. Let's talk about some of the others. Inbee defended brilliantly, as you would expect from the world #1 player.
Pete, I thought it was just an exceptional tournament all round, and what you notice is the cream has really come to the top in many players that we find exciting. Michelle Wee is back. Inbee just has come back awesome, you know, the world #1, and she's trying to protect that from Suzanne Pedersen sneaking up there. Yanni Singh is back. What a great performance by Yanni. That is so exciting to see, and it was a classy field and some very classy performances.
And none more so on the weekend than Katrina Matthew, who finishes third, shooting 65-65 on the weekend. Nayeon Choi finishing with a round of 64, but she left herself too much work to do. But so many red numbers out there. Not a happy day for Lydia Ko, as we said.
Yeah, anybody who was going to shoot over par today was going to drop back down the board a fair way. That was goes without saying. But I think it's been a tournament, it's been so exciting. Paula Creamer down there, -4 round from Paula today, but the damage was done a little bit early, as was with Hee Young Park as well.
Good closing round from Chella Choi, who played very well in Australia last week. Jess Corder, who won in the Bahamas at the start of the year, also coming in with a subpar round.
Pornanong didn't have the day being a local that she would have wanted, or a tournament that she would have wanted, but she's always great to have around. We saw some great moments from her as well.
It's been a spectacular week in all sorts of ways here at the Old Course at the Siam Country Club. We've seen drama, we've seen Michelle Wee with simply brilliant power and precision. We've seen the world #1 Inbee Park in action, and we've seen this lady take herself to the title. Well done to Anna Nordqvist. Her margin of victory in the end, 2 shots over Inbee Park. Katrina Matthew a further 2 shots away in 3rd place, and Michelle Wee finishes 1 shot back in 4th from a collection of 5 players. Well worth another look. The moment of relief, probably more than happiness just at the moment. That's what that hug for Gilly said. It's over, and now you can celebrate. As we said, $225,000, the lion's share of the $1.5 million in prize money going the way of the Swede. Inbee Park gets herself a good check, $140,000 or thereabouts, and Katrina Matthew, $100,000. So the moment has arrived for Anna Nordqvist. It must seem as though it's been a long time in coming. Let's go down for the presentation now. Our Master of Ceremonies is Kate Boone.
Well, it's time to salute our champion, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce our presentation party. On my far left, Hiroshi Kobayashi, the President and CEO of Asia Honda Motor Company Limited and the President of Honda Automobile Thailand. And on my immediate right, Mr. Palakorn Somsuan, the Managing Director of Bangkok Broadcasting and Television Company Limited. And of course, our 2014 champion. Anna, it's been a long time coming, your 3rd win on the LPGA, but you played so well in this final round.
Yeah, it's been...
Calm yourself.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while, but I'm just so happy to finally break through again. And Michelle played great. Inbee kept pushing me at the end, and, you know, I just really had to stay strong. I had a rough first couple of holes, but, you know, I kept playing good on the back, and, you know, it was just unbelievable to get that win again.
Good on the back. You were 5 under par on the back nine. What an explosive start.
Yeah, I think that definitely that putt on 10 gave me some momentum, and then you know, I just try to keep making birdies to keep up with Inbee.
Yeah. Well, it was a tremendous win. You must be so pleased, especially to win here in Thailand.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've been working so hard all winter, and these last couple of years, I've had a lot of people, great people by my side that never left my side and kept supporting me through the good times and the bad times, and you know, I will always be thankful for them, and I'm just so excited to get a win here, and look forward to the rest of the year.
Oh, I'm sure it's an emotional win, but congratulations, a deserving winner in 2014. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to please invite our 2 gentlemen, our wonderful sponsors of this tournament, to please present the trophy to our 2014 Honda LPGA Thailand winner, Anna Nordqvist.
Give
direction came smile, smile. I don't think you need to tell Anna that, because her reaction was one of relief instantaneously, talking to Kate.
Well, as of now, you won't be able to wipe that smile off her face. But Pete, one thing you realise too, she had 6 on the last hole. She came home in 32.
Yeah.
Extraordinary, and look at that. Well-deserved Anna Nordqvist.
It has been a brilliant week for Anna, and well done to everyone associated with the tournament. It's been great to be a part of it. The caravan rolls on to the HSBC Women's Champions in Singapore next week. On behalf of our team, headed by Michael O'Dwyer and Wayne Suter, our commentary team, Sandy McKenzie and Kate Burton, Peter Donegan saying farewell from Thailand, and well done to Anna Nordqvist, the champion at the Honda.
Dieses Jahr war meine Off-Saison ziemlich kurz. Ich habe nur 3 Wochen Pause gemacht und die nächsten 3 Wochen habe ich trainiert. Und das war eigentlich ganz gut, weil ich ein gutes Jahresende hatte letztes Jahr, und dann konnte ich das Momentum mit in dieses Jahr mitbringen.
Okay. What are your expectations for the 2014 LPGA season with special regards to the extended tour schedule?
Ich versuche mir immer wenig Erwartungen zu machen für das Jahr, aber ich denke, dass ich ziemlich zufrieden bin mit meinem Schwung und wie das Jahr letztes Jahr gelaufen ist, und deswegen freue ich mich auf dieses Jahr und möchte generell jede Woche in der Lage sein, vorne mitzuspielen und am Wochenende die Chance zu haben, zu gewinnen.
Okay. What are your ambitions for the start of the season? What is the first sort of milestone you're looking at? Say maybe a top 20, a top 10, a top 5, whatever.
Ich denke jedes Mal, wenn ich in den Top 10 bin, das ist eine gute Woche gewesen, und ich denke, das erste wichtige Turnier für mich wird das Craft Nabisco sein, und von daher möchte ich mich gut darauf vorbereiten und hoffentlich bis dahin ja, ein paar gute Turniere ja, haben bis dahin.
Okay. What have you been doing up here in Asia besides playing Honda LPGA, sort of shopping, sightseeing, adventures off the course? What do you do outside of golf?
Ich hatte nicht so viel Zeit, andere Dinge zu machen, aber in Australien war ich auf so einem Music Festival, und was habe ich sonst gemacht? Ich gehe mit meinen Freunden essen abends und hatte eine Fußmassage hier in Thailand, aber ansonsten nicht so viel. Viel in der Gym und viel trainieren.
Okay, and last question. being up here in Asia / Thailand or even Singapore, do you catch up with other German players? Is there any friends and family from Germany you have in the area that you see while you're here?
Nee, leider habe ich keine Freunde hier in Thailand, aber ich hatte die Schwester von meiner besten Freundin wohnt in Melbourne, von daher bin ich mit denen essen gewesen und ansonsten habe ich die Caroline Masson hier, von daher, wir unterhalten uns auch mal gerne.
Fantastic, thank you.
Just do a quick voice check.
What did you have for breakfast this morning, Caroline?
Not too much, just a bar in the hotel, but I had a good lunch before I went out, yeah.
Beautiful. Caroline, just twist your body a little bit.
A little bit this way?
No, the other way.
The other way, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sort of feels weird, but
We
it
went
looks
to the
good.
Deutsch house the other night, had schnitzel's good.
Schnitzel?
Yeah.
Here?
And yeah.
What, here?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, very good. And
Ooh.
Erdinger.
Yeah,
Erdinger
nice.
dark.
Weizenbier, yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool.
The dark one.
Gotta find that.
It's just down from Dusatani.
From the Dusatani?
Yeah.
Ah, nice.
Okay, I'm rolling when you're ready.
Caroline, first of all, how is your training, your winter training program, given this early start to the LPGA season?
Naja, so viel Training blieb mir eigentlich nicht. Ich hatte eigentlich eine relativ kurze Pause und hatte ja noch so ein bisschen zu kämpfen mit meiner Daumenverletzung, die ich mir in Japan zugezogen habe. Insofern konnte ich eigentlich erst wirklich 1,5 Wochen vor den Bahamas richtig anfangen. Und wenn man das so betrachtet, denke ich, war der Start eigentlich auch ganz okay. Und insofern versuche ich jetzt so ein bisschen reinzukommen, das Training nachzuholen und einfach gut in die Saison zu starten.
And was that any different to previous years? Previous years you've tried to prepare to come out and play here?
Ja, ich meine, die letzten Jahre startete die Saison für mich einfach ein bisschen später. Ich hatte ein bisschen mehr Zeit, mich vorzubereiten, aber immerhin die Vorbereitung, die ich hatte, war in den USA bei ganz guten Bedingungen und ganz gutem Wetter. Insofern ist es schwierig zu vergleichen in diesem Jahr, aber denke ich dann relativ ähnlich.
Excellent. I've lost the question now.
Did you agree with that, Mod?
Yeah, I did agree with that.
Right?
Yeah.
Everything you said was bad.
Right.
And
That's funny, I can just tell what a weird guy right here is asking me the questions.
Fantastic. So, with all of that, what are your expectations leading into this 2014 season, given that it's a long one now, a lot more events added? What are your expectations?
Ja, wir haben einen super Turnierplan, viele Turniere dazu bekommen und ich freue mich einfach insgesamt auf die Saison. Glaube, dass ich ganz gut gereift bin letztes Jahr. Es ist auf jeden Fall angenehmer, nicht mehr als Rookie aufzuziehen, sondern alles zu kennen, die Spieler zu kennen, die Plätze natürlich zu kennen. Und insofern glaube ich, dass es mir ein bisschen leichter fallen wird auf der Tour. Insgesamt die Erwartung, einfach so oft wie möglich wirklich in die Top 10 zu zielen und ab und zu mal um den Sieg mitzuspielen. Und ich denke insgesamt, also wenn ich mir hohe Ziele stecke, Top 25 in der Moneylist wäre auf jeden Fall ein gutes Resultat für mich Ende des Jahres.
I gather you answered sort of top 20s, because what are your ambitions at the start of the season?
Yeah.
The first milestone, is it top 20, top 10 or top 5?
Ja, wie gesagt, meine Vorbereitung war nicht so super und nicht so lang, deswegen möchte ich einfach die Zeit genießen, wirklich richtig in Schwung kommen und ich denke, mit Top 10s kann ich ganz gut zufrieden sein, wenn sie dann eintreffen sollten.
And what about now Asia? The tour is in Australia, vastly different conditions, golf conditions. How have you been preparing here for the Asian swing now?
Ja, es ist auf jeden Fall ziemlich heiß hier. Wir sind ja erst Montag geflogen, Montag angekommen. Insofern hatten wir jetzt 2 Tage, um uns ein bisschen an die Hitze zu gewöhnen und den Platz zu spielen. Und ja, ich versuche einfach, mich gut zu ernähren, gut zu essen, gut zu trinken und mich auch ein bisschen zu schonen, weil es ja noch 2 lange Wochen hier in Asien sind. Und ich denke, dann bin ich eigentlich ganz gut vorbereitet und auch körperlich fit für die nächsten 2 Wochen.
What about Pattaya and Thailand itself? Any good sightseeing, any good shopping?
Bestimmt. Bis jetzt, wie gesagt, erst 2 Tage hier, habe ich es noch nicht so richtig geschafft. Ich war hatte so ein bisschen Jetlag und war früh im Bett. Aber jetzt die nächsten Tage werde ich mal gucken, was es hier so gibt an Shopping. Das ist sicher ganz interessant. Und ja, ich habe immer Spaß, wenn ich in neue Länder komme und die Leute hier kennenlerne und die Kultur. Insofern freue ich mich jetzt auf die nächsten Tage. Und ja, das erste Mal in Thailand und dann wirklich das Land so ein bisschen besser kennenzulernen.
And what about other Deutsch players? Like Sandra Gal here. Do you catch up with Sandra? Are there family or friends, German friends?
Ja, Sandra ist ja die einzige Deutsche neben mir und ja, wir sehen uns ab und zu. Bisher haben wir jetzt noch nicht wirklich was unternommen zusammen, aber wir sind ja alle im gleichen Hotel. Insofern sieht man sich bestimmt mal beim Abendessen oder heute Abend jetzt auch bei diesem Gala-Dinner. Aber ansonsten bin ich allein unterwegs. Mein Freund ist ja auch Caddy, insofern habe ich gute Begleitung und fühle mich wohl und freue mich jetzt auf eine gute Woche.
Dankeschön.
Okay, Dankeschön.
Now, can you, while I think of it, while we've got you here, say, hi, I'm Caroline Masson, and you're watching the LPGA on whatever it is. What is it?
Yeah, golfpost.de.
Yeah.
Okay, they have one of those
Did
for
they?
me, but
Shall we do one while we're here?
But
yeah, straight down
straight
the
at the camera.
camera. We'll just do one, just a fresh one as well. Never hurts. Yeah.
Hallo, ich bin Caroline Masson und ihr könnt die LPGA hier bei golfpost.de live verfolgen.
Outstanding.
Thank you. Appreciate it.